time for all Salon people and them party them. Saga Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahjemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based. Or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Hello, Fambulem. On a good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to CRGM Media live on Facebook and YouTube. We midweek program How They Go Inside the Republic. Me on a host, Najuma Ba, if you join me for the first time. And of course, co-host Dana, so Sylvester Tiboy Duba, and the man we can bring coming from time to time, Femi Palmer himself day with we for calm lead the conversation. How they go inside the Republic. I want to apologize for the late start due to some, unavoidable circumstances and delays. When I don't say certain term, then they, I don't know if not by season, or not by program, or not by waiting. Then can try for Fankewi. So then can try for Fankewi system. We try, who say we can go, we do with Tamisile, we do all we own, we name, we then call them for make sure so we put things straight. So we're back live here. We're not God in picking them, so we are protected regardless. Let me call T-Boy to say Adu Tona. T-Boy, tell Fambulem Adu.
I'm Akusha and Kabo, and welcome to another edition of Saga Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And I want to say sorry for the late delay. Juma don't highlight already the concern why we get a late delay. But definitely, we are up and running back again, and we're ready to move. And we're moving on slowly, swiftly, and steadily. So, yeah, today is another edition of How to Go Inside the Republic. And we don't see what's in that the issue there now, how to go. And inside the Republic, somebody asked me then, there's also Juma call now. He said, see, but what I do? And I say, fine, how you say? He said, thank you. He said, how they go? I said, for check YouTube. Check Facebook, how they go? But I thought, how they go? He said, what talk? I say, he asked how they go. I said, make you check Facebook and YouTube. What did he talk? Check Facebook and YouTube. Now, they how they go. But right now, they ask you how you do, how the body. So, Juba, now they want that.
Yeah, interestingly, I talked to somebody just now before we go live. I don't know, subconsciously, the person, they discuss something and the person say, well, I'm going to check how they go inside the Republic, then that they go help me for make a decision. I just smile, but that was interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah. So we viewers them on Facebook, Mabinti Sise, of course, my darling of 35 years. We don't married for long, T-Boy. Me MC 35 years old on my
Mabinti Sise, they call MC.
No, Mabinti Sise, I say hello to Mabinti Sise, and of course my darling of 35 years MC. Inside the I just
camouflage, but a fake marriage.
Camouflage, and of course the own person then I also lawyer of Bush House. That's our impression, unique inside there. So, Safili Maturi, welcome as well. We appreciate
1 month, sir. That is the original 1 month, sir.
All right. So I get for the address as well.
Now for the address, I will not put on my staff, but it says so 1 month, sir.
1 month, sir. Maturi.
Safili Maturi.
All
right. Because I know what you call me chief, that kind of name.
Yes. Mansa. Yeah, so
what's a Mansa or 1 month, sir?
1 month, sir. All right, so 4 months are feeling mature.
Thank
so
you.
And all the invisible viewers there what we get with Boku, both on YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate una share with on our own network, and also with their ask una kindly and encourage una for like and also follow we and subscribe both on YouTube and Facebook. The reason is leading up to the elections, like we don't promise, we're going to get programs. And we can do this last, but they do them first. And also go to remind you as we go along. We have a program on Sunday, January 15th. In the afternoon hours in the US and in the evening hours in Sierra Leone, UK, and Europe with the host, King Adebayo. He said he gets a message to the nation. So Sierra Gem Media, they host them, and also we do simulcast with Wiyad and Egatin Shaba Show. So una make sure say una come and can listen, and possibly you'll have a opportunity to ask your questions. We don't know yet whether we'll open the phone lines, but there's a possibility. So Sunday we do it tonight. But again, if we talk about that before we continue with the program and on how they go inside the Republic for today.
Not much really. I just the fact say I'm not saying, but people are excited right now, and as usual, the phone calls are not beginning for coming. As usual, they're not beginning the fanging. As usual, the fete does start from today right up to Sunday at the 11th hour. But guess what? We're always ready for that.
The interesting thing now, when people they ask me what about they can't talk. How me going to about they can't talk?
No, the only people to see what they say.
I don't know what is in his head. I don't know what's in his heart. He say get message to the nation.
Oh, they only could do pre-interview discussion.
So we get an opportunity for host them alongside other platforms them. So come, subscribe, join, and listen. And what make I can say, you see, now also we say what true art for talk, but now they bring peace.
But people don't understand the amount of work they make direct.
So can listen, right? And then you get an opportunity for forming your opinion. But if you wait let the person listen, the person go tell you that you begin grumble, you go don't do a disservice to yourself. So he say since the only thing why he say since the first gentleman not address the nation on New Year's Day as tradition always done. Demand and permit. The first gentleman to address the nation, do in usual, what you can call it in amnesty, to prisoners, then for free people, he say, in get a message to the nation as the King Adebayo of Love Salon left by that. So we're going to host him here on Sunday. It will be nice to come. And imagine, the 15th is the mid of January. So you see, give people a time for enjoy. And Salon T-Boy say, New Year's, people can still in another festive and holiday mood. Take to the mid. Now then they pick up. Even offices, things go slow.
Yeah, it's normal. Now me can say any event you want to do after Christmas, wait till the 15th. Now everybody don't go back to work. Who don't come holiday. The 7th, everybody don't resume home holidays. Then after the 7th, everybody goes back to work. So basically, the 15th is quite a right time for do anything, and then you can kick off now the January from the 15th. That means everybody don't get over the hangovers and all the holidays. Whether get for flag of return, other parts of the world don't come back. You don't kind of relax. You don't unpack. You don't give itinerary sent for people then. Some man get ogi to some man close. Some man get kenda. Some man out pepper open and yai bone.
Some man and thief in property then alunge.
Yeah, I don't know that you. I don't know that you.
No, where in a return. You don't say you have to go past for say. So some man can.
The most interesting thing when people go move for Nalungi at the $25 man, then it don't annoy a lot of travelers because
we're gonna do a program on that soon. We're just investigating it more and go out for we've been always the initial concerns.
And they haven't been able to justify the reason for the $25.
Exactly.
It's always security reason. What security reason? Hold on.
So we're going to do a program on that.
That was a commenting issue.
Yeah, a detailed program on that, but we get our own evidence them and discuss them further. And but it's gonna be a promising year, on Sierra Gem Media and exciting things coming up. But for today's program, we get Babu Wahala. This na Babu Wahala, bra. Babu Wahala.
Yeah. No, announce first what's on the program. Before start, no, just jump over.
Yes. So we get now the lineup today. 3 main topics so we discuss, and hopefully, if we have time and if you feel for it, tell us. We'll open the phone line and then you can make your contribution. We get Babu Wahala. This get for do with the Sierra Leone passport. We see they all redo the passport, so they can discuss something around the Sierra Leone passport, but something trigger the conversation about babu, chimpanzee, whatever you want to call him, fine boy, whatever name you want to call it. you know, people, some man, they grumble why they for put Babu as the watermark, not the Sierra Leone passport. So they can't discuss that. Babu, not the watermark on the not the Sierra Leone passport. So it means say you they share space, your identity they share with Babu. So they can't discuss that. If it mean anything, is there, or just people are just making, fuss over nothing. So that's going to be the conversation, and we would like to hear your opinion on this issue. The second one is still get for do with the sacking of the Minister of Finance. And the reason people will ask, well, why are you going to discuss the sacking of one person and don't sack other people and not discuss that? But this is important because it gets for do with the economy. The Ministry of Finance, now they control the economy, and we know how the economy is struggle right now. But recently, we see a short announcement say they don't sack the Minister of Finance and replace him with another gentleman. And the gentleman, as soon as they appoint him or they elevate him, I think he was a deputy, Nabiman, one of the ministers of state. As soon as he was elevated, questions started coming up about some $2.something million of COVID funds that he was managing or something. So people are asking, with Yapu, that one is. So we can discuss along that. And again, with the economy, is it changing the driver? Now go fix the economy, or everything is rotten? So that could be the question we'll go ask. The third one, wait, not the third one again, T-Boy, if you can remind me. Oh, the PR system, the proportional representation. If you can remember, there's an ongoing court battle wherein the main opposition, the All People's Congress, one of the members of parliament and a councillor then decide take this matter to the Supreme Court for interpretation, for say the proportional representation not necessary, illegal for use them at this time for conduct with 2023 elections. So these are the three main topics. T-Boy, over to you.
Interesting. The three topics are all interesting. I think the two is amazing. The third one is not really much necessary for going to a courtroom because it's not illegal in the first place. So I don't understand why the judicial system still do the way hide it. So because you look at something that is black and you're telling me is white. So basically, do we have to go to court to prove whether that black surface that you're seeing, you're still arguing to me that is white? Do we need to go to court to prove that? So that's, to me, it gets a controversy. But of course, yes, the babu, chimpanzee, monkey, whatever you might call it, that was interesting one.
Mm-hmm. Why you think so?
And the sacking of the finance minister. You believe, say, the current finance minister is still in name still not updated yet now. Wikipedia for many for the new finance minister. Wikipedia say no know how for change in the minimum because you don't have for change.
You talk about Wikipedia, go first to the website, State House website, and see if it don't change.
Well, can you imagine? So basically, I use that as million yardstick for measures.
No, well, Wikipedia, you can say anybody can go and make changes. And see that not to official, then in what you call them, we talk about we own official, where now the announcement come out.
And we still like
House. So now I not say I don't know it. I just say let you check out, for see if it's.
Well, I will check out. Whilst we are now checking. But anyway, so basically, we get a serious discussion this afternoon in regards to the passports. But start the program and then we can come into details.
Right. So these passports, with salon passports, always don't they get watermark. I need to go check for me. I wish I had it before the program. I don't know. I got distracted. I'm able for pull up. For check, I want for check the old one and the new one for see if not the same watermark. Do you have the old one?
Yeah, I do have the old one. I do have the current one before this one we cancel.
All right, so check that one day and see if Babu did it for us.
Astagfirullah, what Babu did today?
Well, then they argue, say, Babu been there at the other one, page 27 or something.
Page 27?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Because the new passport will get at the cover 90. Just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Right, all right. So Femi said they check. All right. We get people that really check them passport them. May not go able for grab because I made it moderate right now. Let me see here. So somebody just don't send me. He say in your passports. Let me see here. Tony just tell me say and send me say if he say passport na postcard. You know, I'm just looking at the comments here. I say I just pick up my salon passport, bro. I think it was a postcard. So now that Tony Yon. If he send a postcard, it don't look like passports to them.
You might go tell me say you don't get passport, we need to salon man. Not begin.
Oh, really?
Not begin to ask people for check the
All right.
passport.
Well, when you begin talk, I go take me on and bring and come for you.
So you say which page?
Well, they say the old one, page 27.
Now I see eagle. I don't know whether this is lizard or lizard. Duck.
When are the last time you see ducks now salon?
Papa?
Because all the ducks, then don't eat all the ducks there when maybe they see.
Page 27.
Page 24, page 27 or 25. Yes, 20, page 10.
I see
Right.
page 27, but I don't know whether that chimp
So
is
check page 10 if Babu did it, who's kind Babu did it.
Even the page 27 where you see chimps, you didn't even see your face properly because
Right, so it been dark, right?
very, 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 very low watermark.
Okay. So how about the one on page
19
10?
as well.
I mean,
It is page 18, page 19, but a very, very low watermark. You can't even identify it. And again, they get very different type of species them as well. It's not just the chimp.
okay. So, but it's kind of wrap my head around why the controversy in the first place. And
I think it is almost in every other page. Either 2, 3, 4 page.
Then are the one before this.
10, page 11, page 10, page 11. Yes, 10, 11. I think it is 17. I'm not too sure whether this is 17, whether 19. It is page 18 and 19. But
so it is on page 1 or 2 or 3?
Clearly unidentified.
Okay, all right.
Except if you go now for look, you look at some say, okay, well, look what's in the day. You
Okay,
can it doesn't have page 2 and page 3.
Okay. So
page 2 and 3 now just the passport picture, and then page 3 now they can eagle where they fly at the top corner of. I don't know whether all the passports get the same kind of watermark and the same positions or not. So that now the current one way now the 20. Well, this one for expire 2027. So basically that's the current one. And the one before that check out.
All right. So we have scrutinize Babu passports right now. Babu identity.
Apparently, it back also not the other one. But the other one get lion, so then change them this time around. Page 17 get lion. I think a lion 7 at page 17 actually check on the old one. I mean the new one.
What about page 3 and 4 on the other one?
Then the new the old one. No, page 3 now the same bird.
Okay.
And page 4, I think page 4 now the same duck or eagle, or flying eagle. But I think page 17 now lion on the old one. Page 17, now the same lion, not a chimp, now lion.
Okay.
So I think what will happen is the opacity of the image might have been reduced or increased a little bit. That is why possibly it is practically visible. So when you reduce the opacity of the image, it becomes more like a watermark. But if you reduce them a bit more, it becomes more like a faded watermark. But opacity of that percentage go there roughly between, I would say between 10 to 15 or between 5 to 10. But the one way visible right now for the picture which you show me, that is above 15.
Okay. So T-Boy, they talk 15, technical language to now, right now, because T-Boy, now we pro when it comes to graphics and every other thing when it comes to design, pictures and all that. Now they tell we waiting real and waiting fake. Now we forensic experts when it comes to images and documents, okay? So he's not just talking as T-Boy co-moderator here, they talk as an expert when it comes to image. So again, thank you very much, Faumansa, Filimachuri. Why the discrepancy? That is the question we're asking. What to make this discrepancy there, and why the force? Why people take this thing personal? We want to discuss this and foresee the global implication on this issue. Why? Does it have any implication? Does it have any negative connotation? Does it pose any risk, for discriminate and stereotype people where they carry Sierra Leone passport? This is the reason why we bring this conversation. Femi, are you able to say hello to our viewers? I'm going to put you on the spot after that.
Hello, Juma. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Well, they see me. Oh, you see me as well?
They see you as well.
Well. Thank you. Yes, so viewers for who late today. As Juma says, somebody will want test to, always system one begin freeze, but with our... So thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to now enjoy the program today. Me I know say Juma come out this babu ala. So until we get for cage, Juma gonna cage. I think that cage get for the inside Pademba Road.
They're not going to succeed. Femi, and the reason I'm going to put you on the spot, and you know why. Young Sierra Leonean, you don't move to different places at a young age, at the time where I will say the world not been done advanced, but Femi don't run away. See, now the thing is, we'll get Femi back. Okay, don't come back. Okay. So when things have been there, those days where racism is really a serious issue, you don't in a places where possibly that you angry look like you, or very few of una will look like you. So I'll share your idea about passport identity and possibly some of the commentaries where you hear people in the room, why you think it's important, or if you think they're just making, it's no big deal. That's why I say I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, you're not right at all. So you want to make a talk about identity?
Well, because this passport is your identity that you carry first, right? Your legal identity. That's your legal tender when it comes to identity. If they move from one country to another, within the show say you are a Sierra Leonean, your word matters, but it does not suffice. They will ask you, show us proof that you're Sierra Leonean. You take your identity out, passport out, we then pull them, waiting and they see. And see you face now with information, then just after that, then see Babu. So yeah, Babu they share.
So Juma, I'm working bad.
Very.
So well, you start off by saying that, because I'm well traveled, which is true. I don't need to travel from where I'm young. And whenever you go somewhere, you write you get for sure some form of identity. Now we come to where we come out. Internationally, the only identity we they recognize in the outside world is our passport. Other countries and we get other kind thing that we can provide as identity. But when you come out Sierra Leone and possibly other African countries, but we'll talk about Sierra Leone wasabi, na you passport. And obviously when they open your passports, they expect for see your face na the front page. 9 out of 10 times that is the case, but we sabi some other thing then we people and it turn up with passports we then face and the passports no match. So historically, we don't get the information, and we don't get information of people that really turn up with fake passports. Them, in the 90s, we've been getting a scare. We some foreign nationals them shop with selling passports them. Now some airports where them get for all them, and it made big news around Europe and the world. But yeah, so when they OPU passport, they expect for Sidandi. But in this case now, if they OPU passports, then see your face on one side, then they see Baboon at the other side. I mean, especially the way the picture did, the picture very prominent. That is the problem. As Tibo Minister for say earlier on, if it's a watermark, like we on seen as some other pages them now we previous passports, it's not too bad because the watermark so thin, so it's a watermark. So that isn't a problem. But for Putbabuna this scene, it looks like somebody's taking the piss really. If na lion save them inputs there, you can understand because Sierra Leone is named after Lion Mountains. So as in Sierra Leone, Portuguese for Lion Mountains. So we understand. I think say the lion is one of our symbols now we country, and I don't think say a baboon or a chimpanzee. I'm not sure which part of the family in picture them put so, but I not think say dandy na part of we thing. Although in recent years, because of the what's in the chimp sanction name Gamma, because of dandy, they kind of adopt the image of the chimp as one of we primary images of Sierra Leone. But still, it shouldn't have been. I don't know where, but I read somewhere say because of Dandy, Sierra Leone is on the map again because of the sanctuary to the chimpanzees. But as I say, realistically speaking, if they want to do Dandy, not a problem. But if I don't be a thin watermark, or look at other countries and passports them, now it's similar things them. They have images, but they're all watermarks. There's nothing as prominent. Me not don't see any passport. We get anything as prominent as which I don't see Sierra Leone. So Salon don't force this script, Juma.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Before I go to T-Boy, I want to come back to you. Before you go, truly, in your opinion, what do you think the negative implication is with that prominence of that Brababude, not too far from the person in real identity or in picture, in your opinion? If you don't have any, then
say that again. What's in your opinion on
is there any implication with that, for other things, for being misread, for being stereotyped?
Well, I'm guessing say the people that we produce them or we give the authority for produce them possibly not look at that way. And sometimes the people that we then actually do the artwork and produce them, then not look at the bigger picture. But there is a negative connotation. No matter how you look at it, you open a discussion. We when as salon people and students actually discuss them. Imagine when some custom officer and some other place at the wall see down there, even if you let the person through, him and his colleagues might have a giggle over, you understand? So why allow such thing? We go ridicule we Sierra and we family and friends them when it wasn't necessary. There was no, then he say if it's not broken, don't fix it. There was nothing wrong with our passport. We did change passports every 4 years or 5 years.
5 years.
Every 5 years we get for go renew passports and change them. So yeah, so if after a while then decide say we did make a different passport because sometimes maybe there is some information we sometimes something don't leak or something and then decide say okay we're going to change all Sierra Leone passports, that's not a problem. But don't try and put something we're so different to waiting we be not get we been a work functionally well to something we don't become a laughing stock.
Right. Thank you. Let's go to T-Boy. T-Boy, over to you. You don't hear Femi. And what's you on the Babu Wala?
Like I said, I look at it from various different forms. One, from the graphics point of view, I think is wrong because I still it's time for look at the resolution of that particular picture and why they think it is obvious that they should use that particular image for put alongside the passport picture page. And I think one of the reasons for that now, because I feel say people will make those sort of comparisons when it comes to highlighting who the person is. And like Femi say, there will be some amount of discrimination if you actually look at that particular picture there, and then you as an immigration officer, and then next to the person in the picture really see a chimp. You would definitely feel, say, why are they actually carrying this sort of passports alongside their original image? So to me, it's hugely controversial. Not because of the picture, but now the opacity of the picture. Because when you look at the various different passports, I get like 5 different passports with me right now on the desk, and all those 5 different passports have different kind of watermark. Ideal watermark waking day now, most passports then can be the country's coat of arms. If it not be the country's coat of arms, it can be either some kind design, graphic design, where they would design, where they would cover something for the background. So basically, it would be an image illustrator of different forms of shapes or different forms of circles, different forms of squares, possibly cutting across. Just like we do some kind of spiral design. Now that's a be the design, mostly where they put for passport backgrounds then. You know, like when you look at the currency, then we will be getting before, you mean they see a lot of lines them around. The way you feel like a circles upon circles, really give different kind of circle design. That must be that name must be possibly one of the most easiest form of actually creating backgrounds for specific items. So with the background for this particular passport, I don't know exactly why they choose the chimp and let it be a standout image for compete with the other images that we all get it on there. But they still try for go back and look at the picture back again where you send me, Juma, because it took me about a couple of hours today to find it, because we'll begin discuss. I've written a joke. I'm not going to take it serious now. She tell me, say, when I serious tell it so why are you visiting a joke at a joke? But I never thought it was a serious issue. So to me, I think the best way them if I don't do for that particular picture there, now for reduce the opacity, reducing it to maybe, this is a very strong image of an animal with human-like. It's like you're taking a passport picture of a chimp and putting it alongside the original passport itself or the page of the passport. Even if you therefore put a visa stamp over this particular picture, you will not actually dissolve the picture at the background. The picture will still stand out. So it is rather unfortunate. This is a clear image of a chimp. I will guarantee say this is maybe 90% or maybe 80, 85% of this particular image as it is. So to me, there is a huge amount of blunder with the design concepts. There is a huge amount of blunder with the person who sanction and verify the design. But like I said to you, Juma, earlier this afternoon, maybe, just maybe, you don't have to say, well, I don't think it's okay to do that. Before the minister get hands in this, because again, something that we don't travel all over the world, you have to make either we or him get a full representation. What do you think, Juma?
T-Boy, who's foreign minister?
Hey, but the foreign minister again at Saloni, Dr. David Francis. What did he talk?
Why if you say get a hand in this?
Because now no more go be one of the people that will go able for sanctions, say yes, this chimp is fine to go. Possible resemblance.
Huh? Resemblance. Family, yeah. It's what they say. Me,
What else?
I don't know what they talk
I said possible. Because when you look at the picture,
resemblance.
I'm not saying resemblance, what can you talk about big deal?
Okay.
If you have for you want.
Well, what me want to say? I don't know whether I will get handy because the passport immigration fall under Ministry of Internal Affairs. Okay.
Well, if now under Ministry of Internal Affairs, other than the people who sit in the Committee of Ministry of Internal Affairs, where they have to actually pass decisions the way they happen within the country.
Well, right now the post way directly under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where they in charge of immigration, now the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. What is his name again? The young boy.
Leone. But yeah, there is also a link with the minister himself by this particular picture. There are so much comparisons.
So that make you think they make Lady Babu prominent, wow. This is what investigating. You make me much fool. Well, now we will let Famulengi.
What are the Minister of Internal Affairs?
Pandanoa.
Okay. I'm not saying make any comparison. I'll just ask you. Say what you love. I don't like that. That's a problem, man.
So, are you trying to say now? Show me. No, wait. Are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say nothing.
I will tell you that you be kind of.
I am not trying to say nothing. But to be very honest with you, the reason why I make a highlight this, we are talking about high-tech people here, right?
So
people
David Francis, Minister of Internal Foreign Affairs, Professor David Francis, and how you call her? David Pandanoa and Lawrence Lima. So you want to tell me, say, then FIBA?
We are talking about people who have IQ to the highest level. That's one. Not just that, they are computer literate, computer experts, to be honest. So basically, the foreign minister must have traveled extensively all over the world, and he possibly must have gone across so many different types of immigration as a foreign minister. And the Minister of Internal Affairs has possibly come across so many different passports coming into Sierra Leone as foreign people coming into Sierra Leone, and he needs to find out who these people are, is basically under his jurisdiction. And also, there are people who have IQ knowledge in terms of IT, and they also are masters in their trade. So how on earth can you miss this as a watermark instead of a picture? And how on earth Minister of Internal Affairs, they expect from me.
They send me messages there.
What's that?
They send me messages right now, me hiccup.
No, but how on earth the Minister of Internal Affairs, they expect me for actually use this passport and go now places like China, for example, where they see us as chimpanzees already.
Yeah.
They see us like we are chimpanzees. They see us like we are monkeys. And then you have a passport that is actually representing you. It means we are accepting the fact that we are chimps.
Right.
And we got
so this is the conversation.
But they don't want to understand that logic.
Whether no one for all, whether no one for agree, and
a mistake has been made. Somebody has to be held responsible, and somebody has to say sorry, and they have to revoke all this thing back and redo them again, because it doesn't make sense. I personally will find that very offensive to travel with my passport and I have a chimp next to my passport page where somebody in a China want to go stand me beside it open, you see chimp. I'm like, are you a chimp? It go begin look at me 2 to 10 for identify whether that's my passport picture or that's a watermark. You cannot make those sort of controversy, because at the end of the day, we don't see all watermark. I go to this now, my passport where the issue 2012. What's in the inside there as watermark?
Now the coat of arm.
Yes, that's then it as watermark. You see that?
T-boy say I don't get passports. Look at this one.
That didn't explain.
Another one.
Yeah, I get 1, 2.
See? Pambulem. T-boy
3, 4. I get like a 6 when I follow what in I right now. Do my passport expire? Then to the new one.
This expire.
It expire. It can still be new.
You see, this all that travel, not all that.
All luggage there.
This all,
back, and then
you see?
Check one of that luggage you see there, but let you tell me which date in the park.
This one, watch
No, the ordinary you guys
recent. I just show you the same one where you get. Now I show you so. That same one they will get the coat of arm. Now make a wait to make a glad way you put that in, and he said they show that part there. Now that cover this part here. Now this thing where Femi talk about earlier, where he say if it's not broken, why
don't fix it? Thank you.
You get simple coat of arm where carry everything where salon stand for.
Like I said,
freedom and justice.
Most passports then they get the coat of arms. Most passports you know. Yeah, coat of arms and the watermark. Now,
it is simple, stylish. This now formal document is supposed to be simple, clean, less controversy. And you bring come a point, T-boy, that if somebody travel go China, for example, or you travel go to European countries, we always see the controversies around footballers. Footballers in the field of play.
In China, they still see us like we are chimps. In China.
I don't want to go yonder yet. Would they go there? And this don't talk about now footballers. You understand? Where the one old wall, we all like soccer, we all they play, then they go with monkey, they go banana. Monkey banana. You understand? We they see how people and they rally around them for kick racism out. Then we decide, say, we they endorse this and make them easy for let them liken a Sierra Leonean to Babu. Forget what's outside the world. Let's go to inside Sierra Leone. Where you want cause person, what you tell them?
Look at you like Babu.
Right. Say, look where you were like Babu. You understand? Simple thing. Just inside Sierra Leone for where you want for demean somebody. You say, come on now. Look your face. Look where you were like Babu. Look where you know smash like Babu. Babu knows. Or you use the other part from Babu.
Babu is.
Babu is.
You can't hide and talk.
For talk me. You understand? So when they want for cost you, when they want for demean you, they use Babu as an example, something for liking somebody too. Then you take and I go put on a passport. People they tell me say they not see something wrong with that one day.
What? Juma, I swear, when I had all this discussion over the past couple of days, I thought it was just a joke. I didn't even actually realize this is
try for make me blabber today.
No joke, seriously. I've listened to a joke. I said it's not possible, but I don't know put Babu passport. And guess what? Like we said earlier on, there is a picture of a chimp on page 19, but you can hardly tell. Right. You can hardly tell because the picture is so low in opacity that they're even able to recognize and say this is not chimp.
Right. So but even the previous passport themselves, they know now sky animal that them put.
They know.
You know, no one a lion, one a baboon.
Forget that time then for being check and page by page and see they get falcon, they get bird, they get eagle, they get duck, they get lion at some point. I think that's 2 or 3, but they even get lizard. So basically, we don't identify certain elements of the passport pages that we possibly will not be even aware ourselves they exist in the first place.
Right.
But if we don't all that, now because we don't try for investigate this particular one, we get a high opacity. I think the designer got it wrong. Either then go now then back those side and for good design when they actually
don't even go to the design. That is the first. That is the last part. Printing and producing the passport. Now the last end of things. Who made the decision for waiting for Dede, the symbol, waiting for carry the passport?
Not much of a worry because
no. That is important.
The reason why they have changed the concept possibly about 10 years ago. The concept
has changed. Who decided to change the concept for say Babu face for then you passport the front side? Who that agree on that first? Well, that's the first thing. You cannot say that is not important because that is the crux of the conversation here.
But the important section to that, now the fact say you get for know who that they authorized the design and who authorized the printing. Because
that is my point.
So it's the Minister of Internal Affairs, nobody else.
Why you come say you say the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Why make you say that Professor David Francis?
Well, I'm not saying anymore. I say get an inside it.
Why? Why you say get an inside it?
Because they defend for the picture. The picture.
So all one defense for claim the picture. Say me watermark me identity
for
passport.
make me a press release. Just like how mother guy cut out, he say the bank governor, he said he puts in Sori Kondi or Musa Kondi, because if he say Musa Kondi don't die.
Hey, thank you very much, Sori Kondi. That's the thing. So you don't see, that's why I'm asking who that they decide.
If you know even sorry the boss, you know, then you have to put Sori Kondi. So as far as I'm concerned, Sori Kondi don't die.
Don't die, yeah.
One of our past dead legend.
Yeah.
But anyway, Sori Kondi go tell somebody, say, hey, Papa, we see a picture about that new money. And Sori Kondi is blind. So basically it was amazed. And then he want for justifier now. So when he said, we leave me legend, we'll get for celebrate while they're alive. That's the reason why they brought in this woman at Kenema.
When they can go to Dubai?
Yes, now them bring now when they come in. What's that woman name again? Are they forgetting the name?
Yeah, the way they Shegu player.
Yeah, the way they Kenema. Well, then bring now when they come in now, because then we don't already assured saying they use Sori Kondi. Let's on now the bank governor realize Sori Kondi is still alive. So then we get for a green card this woman from Kenema. Say, well, fine, let's include somebody also that is a living legend. That's the only reason why she was included in that.
Okay. See, boy, I think you've been biased here. Do you think the Minister of Tourism himself gets an inside this for the only effect for this identity? Perfect for the identity, you sure? Go on.
No, the only Simon Moga fit to say he go get influence now for said technogramma.
No.
This now
Google right now and check, put all the images together.
No, I don't know what to do.
Why not?
No. Okay, what are the Minister of Tourism?
You know, Sabi, the Minister of Tourism.
Not saying
Dr. Memuna Tuprat.
Okay.
When you don't interview so many times, you don't cover so many.
Doctor, PhD doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Memuna Tuprat.
Now, honorary doctorate or nah?
No, well, Dr. Memuna Tuprat. Me no come what I think can to me now, so I don't know.
Dominion.
Yeah.
Femi Dominion. Yeah. Femi Sena Dominion. No, to me talk about Femi.
So you see, is this part of the other thing for say we are the first in the history of Sierra Leone for put side by side Babu and you identity?
That's my point. They were going to get glory for doing that. That's my point. That's the point I want to make, because I think we for that press release, if this thing don't make no alarm. And other from that press release, I will bite you say for the responses.
So they try for sell with tourism, this, that, so we they put at the forefront as this is part of the rebranding of Sierra Leone.
Thank you. Because if I don't make it justify, say yes, we are ready to rebrand Sierra Leone. As a foreign minister, I made the recommendation that we should have our natural species as one of the main iconic images on the front page of our new passport.
Call him Brababu.
Brababu then Anemo. Don't forget.
Yeah. Brababu. So Brababu, you know, now the force as part of the rebranding effort. Una see even Brababu. Then at the first page, the third page, now Brababu get prominence, and we make the image big. And trust me, immigration officers that wants to ridicule you, these small boys will not get a clue, will not ever travel, will use this to mock you and ask you if Uswana you picture, whether it's this Babu or not you.
They will do that. They will do that. Yeah, what I said earlier on, that immigration officer will open your passports and saw the chink after your photograph, and the person will be looking at the passport like that. Which one is you?
Yes.
And they will do that.
They will do it.
Juma, can you imagine an immigration officer will take my passport like this and ask me, is this really you? Without no other image.
Yes.
Yeah. They will ask you back again, is this really you?
Yeah.
How can I verify this picture is you?
Yeah.
You look at you. You look at you. You look at you. Remove your hat. And then So imagine how somebody get an equal babu face to pass the immigration office.
Exactly. Exactly. Would they open the phone line on this one?
So man, trust me, the difference will not be great. I will put pictures alongside each and let me verify who is who. Identify without a very image. I will do Photoshop. I pull all the ear and another face. Then I say identify who is who.
So now make okay. I don't see where make it a call. All right.
Not start that, I mean, please.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. My
seriously, Juma, I think it is very unprofessional for make with the guarantee also not being vetted properly before they go into production. Because as far as I'm concerned, everybody should be held responsible, from the design concepts to the designers to the possibility verify, say yes, did it clear for me and print and endorse that particular image there and all other images they really go alongside. Because as a designer myself, I don't think I would be proud to say I designed that book, because as far as I'm concerned, if I am looking for a watermark image, that should not represent. If you look at some of the designs they already do, if we want to create a watermark, we're creating a watermark. If we want to create an identical image of the two people, we will do the same. So basically, look at our designs on our platforms and look at all the designs we will get 3, 4, 5 different pictures there. The prominence of the picture then can highlight which one we want to make prominent.
Right.
It's simple. Watermark of the picture they already designed go show say this, we know how to make it become a strong image for making it not compete with the audience at the forefront, so let's reduce the opacity. Not an argument in the game the other dinner.
It's pictures. We look at them. We look at what it will represent, how people will read it from different angles.
We argue with that every day.
We cannot convince ourselves.
Put a picture that will say no, this picture not nice. Oh, not even change that picture that say no, this picture in resolution poor. But guess what? It gets fine image. So look, we reduce and put on this corner, they can get present because it gets strong image. But we argue about that, and this is nothing that they're paying us for. But we still spend hours and hours argue. When me and Femi say, you're not good for talk, he can go past 10, come back. So thinking that I get pissed off, like I don't want to do it no more, but I have to do it. And imagine we're not being paid for this. But at the same time, we just scrutinize ourselves for make sure that we get to what we want. When we were struggling earlier on to come online, the first thing we will come online, I want to tell Femi, say, what's the problem?
Correct.
That's how we do things, because you have to justify certain things that you're doing. I mean, if you have a graphic designer, they don't go put this work together. They don't give you the first wash. You don't see them. You don't pass them through your team of people who are verifying this very passport itself. If there is a team responsible, the team should make a decision. Okay, this is not good. This is good. Give us other versions. Okay, can you have any other image that is more not prominent like this one, but this one is too prominent? Okay, how you feel? So basically, nobody is criticizing that image. And nobody is criticizing anything that this government is doing right now. If the government is doing bad things, everybody just supports and concur. Nobody asks questions. Nobody challenges those decisions. That's why we are where we are. Because if we had questioned, if we have challenged that design in the first place and highlight the fact that the design should be a watermark, and a watermark is something that you should struggle to identify what it is, then we will not be in the position.
Watermark is even security in the first place. When you make it prominence like that, when you make it prominence like this, it's easy for even for let somebody go make a fake passport.
Yeah, of course.
You understand? Person can go build a fake passport based on that picture there. Because you can able to make the babu picture like and you photocopy on black and white. That's it. You know. So the other question where I want for ask, because you see, I want to understand the reasoning behind people making them kind of decisions there. So the reasoning, is it because possibly they don't feel the same thing, or they're just not aware, or they just don't take it seriously, or they just don't understand, or they're just reluctant? The reason I make that ask, I want to ask, have you anybody know service passports, diplomatic passports, whose kind of images then did it? I want to know if not the same babu then did it. Because if we understand that, say from the president's come down, then self your passport, then get the same babu, then we go say, okay, then they not conscious, they're not conscious. But if, yes, sir.
Do you know what is lack of professionalism. I think we have a serious lack of professionalism in civilian. And the reason why they say so, now the facts say everybody claims to be a professional in their own lives, yeah? But they don't exercise any elements of being professional. To be professional is not just about saying it. It's about following the process of professionalism, meaning you have to get to do certain things. It doesn't matter whether you like those things or not.
Right.
But your professional ethics is going to allow you to do that because you are being acting like a professional. You're not going to be sentimental about it. You're not going to be emotional about it. You're not going to be biased about it. You're just going to make a justful decision to get on with that particular assignment and complete it to the best of your ability.
Correct.
Taking nothing into consideration. That does not happen in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, you don't challenge nobody. As far as you're concerned, if the lawyer don't say, nah, A, that's it. Nobody question him. He's a lawyer. He knows what he's saying. Oh, are you saying, I don't know what I'm saying because I'm not a lawyer? Or if a doctor says, take 4 paracetamol, he's a doctor. You cannot challenge him.
And so the doctor say,
Are you saying the doctor is always correct? No. Why not ask the doctor, why should I take 4 paracetamol? Why not ask the lawyer, why are you actually representing me if you don't know anything about my case? Because I have to tell you everything. And you're not even asking me nothing. And you're going to represent me. You don't have the right to ask that lawyer question because he's a lawyer, so he knows what it is. It is you mind. It's about in how you begin already before you even talk to her. Come on. Let's be realistic. That passport for all issues I each show, if they don't do their due diligence as professionals, scrutinize it, work around it, have a couple of copies, and get a second or third opinion before they agree and disagree and decide to go to printers. Or otherwise,
we go back to the first thing again. When you want to change something that exists, you have to have a good reason for changing. You understand? Let me say, where you they change, which you they change for can be better than what exists. You know, they can change, which you they laugh, boy.
That's one thing that would say. That would say, on a lighter note, I think this is bound to affect all ugly civilian passport holders. It sounds funny, but it's a very serious issue.
It is.
It is. Just on a lighter note. That's on a very serious note, Peter. Because, Peter, to be very honest to you, like I said earlier on, if you put that picture alongside certain Sierra they look alike. Not this
example.
Peter know the example. Definitely you know how they talk. But if you have for calling name, no problem, you can do so. Your wish.
Not calling names.
And Pademba will bench the wait for you. And especially if you don't say the need for open a special door for you, for them to keep you, we're going to be you safe place, safe heaven. No, but you see, it's a very serious issue, but we should realize in it at some point. But I think whoever made that decision should be held responsible for making a wrong decision. And I think they should just recall all those passports if they have issued them out. If they haven't, then they should just go back and reprint. Or maybe they went to a very cheap printer when they take things into consideration at all. What you get, I print. Because me as a designer, as a printer, if you bring something come to me for printer, they say, sorry, no, can we alter it? And they give you the clearance for alteram if I wasn't the one that made the design. And the only reason I can take for alteram is because I advise you what will look better. And if you decide not to take my advice, it's entirely up to you, but I will not be held responsible as a printer or as a designer for make that decision and take responsibility for saying, yes, I made that decision. No, it wasn't my decision. It was your decision, and I advise you professionally, and you refuse to listen. So really, somebody should be held responsible. It's either the Minister of Internal Affairs or the person responsible for passports, immigration, or somebody in authority that should
the first way sign off where agree say babu for the now we passports and for be that prominent as well and at the 3rd page of the passport or the 4th page.
The babu should be there, but I don't think it should be that prominent. And
the babu not need for the day.
Well, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be there. But like I said, the other old versions, then they get changed, they get babu. But you need to even identify and say based on babu. At some page, I even decide, now when I do the second look, now I say, oh, this is not so babu self in a lion. So there's only 2 pages they will represent lion, but the whole book of 30, how many pages? Of 32 pages. So you see the problem? So if we arrive at this, and we get a discussion about this, and Sierra Leoneans and they discuss about this as an issue, why government not foresee like foresee irrelevant in the first place?
And again, it's an issue of identity, like we stated, and it open people to unnecessary ridicule, unnecessary racist slur and attack. You know, you might think, oh, when they make too much color, how many Sierra Leoneans and they travel safe? But you don't. Do you know what it's like when you're vulnerable? We then have people country, then they mock you all about. Do you know what that means? Imagine for Sierra Leonean that will be traveling for the first time out of the country to a different country. Let's say young Peking, 18, 19, 20, where they go study. Then he reach first, he pull in, he go in one of the East European countries, for example. He pull in passport and immigration and begin laugh and forth. They come out, he go to university, he get for go to the finance office or wherever, he get for providing passport. Then get for make copy of that passport. And then they'll be sharing around. What if they take that passport and begin paste them all over the place? You have to think about the extreme and know why they make certain decision. You're not making it because it suits you, it sits well with you at that moment, or you don't think it's an issue right there. Think about the consequences and the repercussion why you are making that decision for change. Is it worth the change? The passport they still for fine if we not put babu there? Yes. Would it still be a Sierra Leonean passport if we put cotton tree, the coat of arm, lion, what you call them? We mountain them, we put and then they all kinds of else other than babu. Why must it be Rababu for Dede? And why Yanda? And why this prominence? Why? What's in the add? It does not add value to our passport. If you want to promote tourism, you don't use our passports to promote tourism like a dandy. Almost Babu that we can get at that sanctuary. They're not past 5.
No, them Bokus more than past 5.
Now them flocks Babu then they.
No, them Bokus more than past 5.
Now they're not past 5.
No, I don't think that should be the justification.
Them Boku how much? They reach 100, they reach 500 Babu.
No, they're not reach 500, but them Boku small. They're possibly up to 100 in numbers anyway. Possibly.
Okay, so they reach 100. Apart from me and outside back the way, the tourism where they make money for self so. We don't have a safari.
No, we don't have.
Me zoo where they near, I mean, I also get Babu them past yonder.
No,
it's a small zoo.
We don't have one. We don't have a safari, but we have a chimp sanctuary where is a safe home for wild chimps that have been stranded within the means of human beings or ones that have been captured and used as pets and so on and so forth. But I think that's not a point of justification to me. Even if they want to use them as a tourist board, springboard, how many people actually have an opportunity to open up our passport and see a chimp?
Thank you. Now I can ask you, say you can't use that to be.
It cannot be used as a springboard for tourism. What they could have done is possibly highlight the significant monuments of Sierra Leone. Cotton tree, coat of arm, lion, the mountains, and possibly the lovely beaches that we have. What else? What else? The Bank of Sierra Leone, the Parliament or State House. Yeah. These are all prominent buildings that can be
the Rosetta Stone way been there and that way they don't forget about all of those things.
Yeah, the Maroon Church.
Bones Island.
We have so many significant monuments or relics that we can use that will represent Sierra Leone.
See, but let me ask you a question. If you put 2 images together, what will attract someone to want to go to Sierra Leone? You put the diamond and you put Babu.
Diamond, of course. No question asked.
So you understand? I mean, that they become a talking point. So
Yep.
we go there now. They go see Brababu de Yanda. And I'm not downplaying, say it's not important. It's important for a lot of people. But putting it on our passport, and particularly the position where they put them with that kind, visibility and prominence there, no, you cannot justify it.
Whoever, no, when you put diamond on that sort of image and you want to justify tourist attraction to Sierra Leone based on diamonds, it means you're giving tourists the opportunity to have a feel of diamond in their hand.
Correct.
Right in the middle of their palm. They will play with it, they will look at it, so wow. Because I can guarantee you 95% of the Sierra Leonean population haven't seen the diamond with their eyes.
99.9%. When me they go that far, me they take 99.9%.
Then I'll guarantee you, well, I will say 99% of Sierra Leoneans haven't been able to touch it. Yes, to see it, yes, but haven't been able to touch it. I will say 99%. And that is an opportunity for somebody to be able to go to Sierra Leone, and you can sell that in terms of tourist attraction. But the chimp, you can always go to any museum in Europe and find one and bump into one. You don't have to travel all the way to Africa to bump into a chimp. Again,
I can tell you, say, me on zoo then I am zoo then I get boku babu pass the Ethiopian.
Well, I agree. I agree to you. You're quite right. But we'll therefore begin to look at this from a very professional angle and see exactly what are some of the things that we will fit to say we can able for minimize in terms of public what not the right word? Public embarrassment for the authorities. They will get my salary, because this is not just a public embarrassment for anybody, more so like the minister, the deputy minister, the head of immigration, and the head of passports. Those are the one
way they not put picture. The way they not put picture. People away, then go ask you, oh, do you live on trees?
Can you imagine?
Yeah, do you live on trees?
Can you imagine?
Do you wear clothes? Do you do this? Do you this?
A couple of years ago, I bumped into a woman in court, and the woman was saying to me, I should not take my child to Africa because people still live on trees. And guess what? The judge sitting at that particular hearing just came back from Sierra Leone a couple of years ago, not even up to 2 years ago. And the judge was very upset. And he turns around and looked at the lady. How old are you? And then the judge laughed. Do you know why I'm laughing? Because I'm just coming back from Sierra Leone not long ago. It's a lovely place, very lovely people, friendly, nice, lovely beaches. Have you ever been to Africa before? And you're talking about Sierra Leone, Africa, a country that people still live on trees? Shame on you.
I can tell you, some man
yeah. This is not even long ago. So imagine now, you go to China. You see, Juma, why make I emphasize on China? China have a very strong bilateral relationship with Sierra Leone. But yet still, if you hold a Sierra Leone passport and flew into China, you put that passport at the immigration desk, they will not recognize you as a black person. They will recognize you as a chimp.
Correct.
Because they still see us like we are ape-man human beings. That hasn't changed.
Correct.
And imagine the amount of embarrassment where they go justify now to the immigration officers all over the world.
Right.
Where so racist, where even if you get your passport, when you have a picture, you have a nice haircut, you're smiling, and you look so good, they will still look at that passport like 4 times to identify whether this is really you. And then you cannot have a chimp next to your picture. That is very disappointing for whoever made that decision. Because to be honest, if anybody make any racist claim against you, now you fault, you fend off yourself.
Correct. Yeah.
So basically, we don't go and shoot yourself in our foot and then we will for Allah. Yes, it's racism.
They discriminate against we. Oh, the world gonna monko they lock we inside like I say we na monkey they we na
Thank you. Even when they fly with SM process EMO, people complain. And then it's like
when you come inside and they begin spray like I say we get sick.
Like I say with the smell.
Yeah.
But guess what? We are actually creating our own representation for ourselves. We're making them believe that maybe we're still chimps. That's why we're still associating ourselves. There is nothing wrong with having chimps around as part of our culture or part of our environment. That's fine. But we should not make those such examples by putting a chimp picture, make it so very visible, even as equal as your own identity.
Correct.
If person go put stamp safe on that particular picture, I go tell you, so they go even avoid them if they want for stamp people. They will avoid that page and stamp possibly another page. But it's sad. I think somebody have to be held responsible. We therefore ask the foreign minister and see whatever hands he gets for playing into this, because otherwise it would be very embarrassing for me to say that they all try for sell the deal. Say, okay, let's have a chimp there. Maybe
let's have a brababu. Call the real name. When you make chimp, people know they understand.
It looks like a buno, eh?
Yeah, the gravity kind of thing. But when you call them brababu, then they go understand. See na brababu.
So he just highlights a very good comment. He said, but the passport doesn't even have a seal. This is not a passport, bro. It is a postcard. But actually, there is an embossed stamp on the pages on the new passport, the one that I have. There's an embossed stamp on the pages, but I don't know whether it is on this new one that they're complaining about right now. And the embossed stamp can also be like a
seal. Do I we get the Sedia or we get the ECOWAS thing?
Yes, that's an embossed stamp. And that embossed stamp is possibly be done by the ECOWAS community anyway. Yeah, so that's an embossed stamp. So apart from the embossed stamp, there is no halogen seal that will be transparent like a chip or anything. And it's not meant to be the biometric passport.
No, that's what they say biometric. Salon biometric now. What is
biometric on this?
You cannot scan this anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. What is the biometric? Why is this biometric?
It's not.
I don't see any seal on this in any way, shape, or form. Because anything like biometric should have a chip attached to it, right? And I don't think these passports have any chips. They look very clean and smooth, except otherwise. Maybe the chip is smooth like the paper itself, but I'm not sure. But anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, I think we need to open this phone line. Because people they ask for call earlier. If you want to call us, call on +1 614 551.
We'll have it on the chat.
Yeah, +1 614 551.
+1 614 551.
8694 +1 614 614 551 8694. Call that number and tell what you think about the babu and passports.
The babu number.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to pin the number also on the YouTube chat. YouTubers. I've just
call us on WhatsApp. 614 551 8694 and let's talk what you think for this babu. I don't know. We'll get a caller on the line. Hello, caller.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, caller.
Yes, sir. A quick question on my ask. Yeah. The Salon passports, more valuable past the British passports, the American passports, where the alleged price, where the Speaker of the House don't summon the immigration officer, because in the Parliament the rumor say, now $200 allegedly. Yeah, so they don't summon the immigration officer. So if that's the case, I just ask no more. If the Salon passport is not valid past the American.
So when you say valid in what sense?
Financial cost.
Because if American passports really cost me $100, so value. If the American passport's more expensive, if the Salon passport's more expensive, allegedly so far, pass their American passports or British passports, then salon passports not good. Then don't go before, but
right. So, well, in terms of price first, you will say salon passports more expensive. Forget for two things.
Right now, when the parliament don't summon the immigration officer.
Correct. The reason being why make it expensive as well, even if it's, let's say they're all $100, for example, UK, US, and salon, okay? But the other countries, the US and the UK passport, they last for 10 years, whereas your Sierra Leone passport is only for 5 years and some, therefore renew them again. So you don't see. So every 5 years, you get for pay $100.
But it expire 5 years earlier than the American
5 years earlier. So if you put them equivalent to money, I'd rather spend $100 for 10 years than spend $100 for 5 years.
Yeah.
Well,
true.
so okay, yes, I appreciate the information there. But my point is what the type of say now, the fact say parliaments don't summon the immigration officer, that speaks volume by itself.
Exactly. That shows a lot.
See something go up.
And the other reason, why do you have to quote US dollars for Sierra Leonean passports?
Thank you. Well,
but it's not supposed to be a norm. Our currency is leones. We do not use it. You do not peg official services, goods to the dollar. You need to use them for measure anything. You don't. And because passport at the camp, hold on 1 second. Passport, because they do this now, crook and thief. Because for every time where you go, your passport is not 1 million. Your passport may be today 1 million. When you go to man at 1.5 million, the next day you go at 3 million. So if the dollar go up to 3 million for $100, so when you're going to get a passport, you're paying 3 million equivalent to $100, and that's stealing and thievery to the people of Sierra Leone because our currency is not dollars.
But on top of that, let's just say if the price is $100, you need to go and pay $100 and come back and do cheap passport 3 days. So you have to pay at least extra $50.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I don't even want to talk about that side. I don't even want to talk about that illegal side, you understand? But this I just talk about the one way now the official price. You quoting us dollars, $100 or equivalent in leones. That means if I go today, the dollar na 2 million. My passport na 2 million. The other person can next tomorrow or 2 hours later, the price don't go up now to 2.5 million. That means that 2.5 million at the pay. That means your passport not get fixed price.
Yeah, well, on top of that, I think Parliament is not for just someone, Mr. Kaikai, then for also someone, Michael Bassi, where they work at the immigration, the passport office himself, done by Shoka Stevens Kitianda. I think he said get hand for plates because Naina did my director day.
Well, the head of immigration, and
it's part of the management.
The head of immigration and Ministry of Internal Affairs, now then responsible because now these are cabinet decisions and then they make so. Then they implement. The director, they implement based on directives. You understand? Even if you advise them, if it's not approved at the top, they will not. And they are responsible in terms of policy for make that, not to the director. The director is just a technical person.
Okay, well, I could go deeper by saying that from head to bottom, they're not getting integrity.
Exactly.
Because, if I go, no justice, and the other thing, gentlemen, if they make picking passports, when I mean picking as in under 18s, then passports and adult passports are the same price.
Those are the other questions. These are all the key questions that you ask, where people are not they ask. You see, because I saw them, they thief people there. You see? Not thief business. Government not supposed to operate.
So points where frustration is so high that sometimes you just want to help people to laugh. But anyway, happy New Year, gentlemen.
Happy New Year to you too, man. Thank you so much. All right. Well, sorry, the callers then, please keep your calls in and when the calls speak up a little louder so we will forget you for let we your colleague viewers them here with you the talk. Okay, let's get another call. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, I go read some philosophy.
Okay. Now, for speak up a little bit, we need to hear you.
I say, when I go read some metaphysics, I give you a reference as a man thinketh by James Allen. We say, we are and we become as we think. Babu na that passport. Now manifest of what we get now. Now Babu government. And they for beach people. We become as we think. So then the beach people. And therefore that's their mascot.
So now Babu.
Babu. Oh, look State House. Who are they? Look at the first now State House. Let us see the similarity. Now they are going to stop answer.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much for that call. I would say Finn. All right. Calls coming in. Call us and call and share with me what you want for say. All right. Let's answer this. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Gem Production.
Yes.
Yeah, they call from UK.
All right.
But yeah, this is serious because Usa Udinaya, just imagine no more as a black, then call you Babu, how you feel. Then you go through immigration, you go show your passport. Maybe the immigration man go and say, what's the meaning of this Babu? You go fit in, you don't call Babu.
So the immigration man go ask you, say, what's the meaning of this Babu?
The fish that you the insult.
Correct.
As soon as the mistake call we Babu, no problem.
Yeah.
So the immigration man go ask you say, what's the meaning or what's the Babu stand? What's the Babu stand for?
What is it represent?
Provoke.
Right. Yes.
So me, I don't really know why don't go put Babu Paris passports. Seriously, because we get beaucoup in there na salon for put for passports. But Babu, now I don't call for.
So it is a suggestion.
Who said the Babu come out so they put for that passport?
Yeah, T-boy, now you don't begin call names. One party man their names away call Ifiba Babu. So sometimes I make it choose for let them put Babu na the passports.
Who that Andy?
Yeah, they call name.
All right.
They call name.
Would you mind you that song there?
Well, they can't sing and I for try friend the song no play. All right, thank you so much, Colin. Yeah, forward that to T-boy if you get her.
Call forward me the picture if you get her, please.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
Juma.
Yeah.
Somebody sent message now we messenger. They say the discrimination on this particular passport, it not only they affect anybody else but black people.
Correct.
Black dark skin.
Correct.
Africans with dark skin. Because basically that discrimination there, I think say is important. Because when they discriminate against you in that sort of environment, what's you find out now the fact say just like that scholar say, what's in the representation of this baboon at the passport page? And if they ask you that question, you can feel offended. Why are you asking me? But why is it there in the first place? It's your passport. You should not buy your passport, right? So what does that change represent on your passport? And immigration officer can be very ruthless or rude at some point anyway, especially if they are for discriminate against you. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, all right, go ahead. We're here now.
Well, they are not saying about that for me. Because they boy now they only na the big screens are there. Na you do man, na you boy no matter.
Femi, can't show your face now.
Because they na the screen right now. You na the big screen. I just reduce the volume, let no echo.
Okay.
Let's go to the point. Let's go to the point first. This na me. This na the easy way to make me say. No, they blame this government. They blame the people of Sierra Leone. Trust me, Juma. Let me put the iron, the warm iron. That them no one pronounce the word. I just left them so.
Okay, no problem.
Let me look yourself at the mirror and ask yourself, say, Insai will mind me day. We then go look this kind of government. We they not get shishi for proof saying that this women don't they do the past 30 years, the past 20 years, the past 10 years. They will not look that kind of people away. We say even Football clubs say they know me they run them. Even then corner football leagues say they know sabi run them. When I go look there guy people and they soon go vote them because of bad and greed and wicked. When I soon go revenge. Now that the revenge any the rip so now. Because look, Juma, no come up first for this passport. Look the money. That's a lot of money. Put it in your pockets. Let you sweat. Let the sweat touch the money. Let you don't we don't come up and hit. Let you look the money back. Let you see how the money they ramp up by itself. They don't get no reason for put anything for our passport apart of the coat of arms, Sierra Leone, you name and you identification. That's not that you need to put in a passport. You want to go on tourists, go put billboard. Advertise your country on international medias. Say they do tourism. The people like come, sell you place. But we don't get nothing for sale. They don't get nothing within the show. You don't go put state house on your passport. It's wrong. Everything about it. So when they give me the passport first, Juma. I don't know if I will begin laugh, whether the cover or whether the inside or what I see inside. Or I don't even know. I'm pretty sure for somebody just send me a Christmas card. Then the other thing I want to talk back. The passport they say $100, now $150.
How?
It costs me picking $150 the pay. If you want, I send you the receipt. Me, I get the receipt.
And I saw the last call as FC just now.
If you want, not on the caller, me, I tell you me where they talk to you. I get it. Wait, I will send that you WhatsApp play you see them. Me and they talk say they say me they tell you what me pay. Picking now $150. Let's say BIB now white, gray, pink, blue, now $150. Let no lie on people. Like. It's about 270 something or 300 and something. Close to 3 million something. So look, Juma, I don't always to break on this. We know what people are capable for showing. You know, you go cool person in a village, you bring a kind of big tongue. What you expect? And then talk about city, I say big tongue. Not if you go pull another big tongue, they bring a kind of city. What you expect?
But then people go say the people have been there before as well. Now village themselves come out and bring a kind of big tongue.
Yeah, but the people, yes, because the problem with that, if they come say you we don't do oversee 20, 30 years, Juma, at least let people say yes, we don't date to the system of civilization. We're not in the 12th century. We're not in the 13th century. Passport is not a place to advertise nothing. Only your coat of arms and the person in identification. Check all the passport. I say I go with that passport in I sit down with some friend and I show them the passport. They pull the passport, my brother. If you see the guy with someone they watch me, they shame themselves. But say this is not salon passport. They say no. Maybe not. They make mistake. Juma, don't waste energy on this. Anything for now. Anything for now is like you know when they go for boys club, they make social club, so we get logo make show. You go get some people who they go make banner and go pay one post we get paints. You paint you, paint me, Timboy paint you, Norman paint you, no matter what the information they did. That's so salon they right now. Let me go to the judge them. Because me the judge they always see them 5 judges the way I see. People like say that the babu, where they look their face and they make them put up on these passports. Because they face all people like say they just go bake them now one side. Look, Juma, Salon Real Banana Republic. Wait till make them judge them go open that case. Go sit down on that case. Now my first question is.
We get for can discuss the just now. I want to hold on the first. Okay. Yeah, we can.
Okay, Nadi Babu, I beg you, Nadi Babu talk. Let me let other people let them talk.
All right, we go get for call back. Or they discuss the judge there. You. All right, so. All right, thanks. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I just want to make me contribution towards this Babu thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
This government.
sorry, not to hear the laugh at. Allow me a little bit. Pause there. That's why they make a laugh. I don't want to laugh, but I wait till they watch me and him and I easy. Where you say, oh, this Babu thing. Yeah, carry on.
It's so funny, I can't stop laughing. Because they don't know say the wait man, they're still racist. No matter what we do in this part of the world. We know whatever they know whatever change. Now today, I see one article where the Catholic Church ready for give millions, over how many hundreds of millions for country the way they don't do racism to. They want for start for make amends.
So reparation funds
Africa,
kind of.
as well as to the Caribbeans. Look how much Harry married a black woman when a biracial, how they treat her. That just give you a very clear evidence of amount of racism in this part of the world. How on earth you they go put your picture next you country in people and picture next to baboon? Una don't live in a Western world. Una live here, una not a stranger, for God's sake. Most of them are the government and live now. Yeah. There's no the amount of racism. When they work in the health sector, if they go look at a patient, they look at you, say, "No, touch me because you are black."
Right.
I don't want baboon to touch me. I don't want. What's wrong with them? These people.
So now that make they ask the question whether the diplomatic and service passport, they whether they say get that same babude near the, or if they own different, because
Forget it, the same baboon, but then picture, but then passports, them diplomatic, whatever it's called. Even the president, because they're on a baboon government. Anyway, I'm sorry to say that they're on a baboon government. So I commented maybe na kenema baboon they search for anyway.
All right, thank you so much. Bye bye. T-boy. T-boy. Cool. So again, let's come. You see, we are trivializing this thing. We're trying to make it light on people, but it's very serious. If we can take offense for where the mayor of Freetown say Bua Bisie, we took an offense, right? Including the president took that seriously and use them again for make a comment. You take them personal. Say the mayor of Freetown say Bua Bisie. You understand? They attack people. Then you take Babu, you go plaster him. Say, look, you picture, look, you Babu. Wait, that is song, T-boy. Sing the song. Another hear you, T-boy. Another hear you, your audio is out.
Also, my voice to go out.
No, your audio. I don't know what they do.
So, will I sing back?
Yeah, sing back and find the music, please.
Will I find the music?
Yeah, sing first. Go to sing first. Stay find the music.
No, man. Laugh find the music one thing. Go to talk. Laugh find the music.
Because... No, but then again, this is serious because these are the questions that they ask for let people able to understand the gravity of this kind of thing. Let us say not to, it's not a joke. Not to because it's sad. It's really, really sad. It is really, really sad. It's really, really, really sad. I understand that we have a private company where they subcontract, where they handle with passport issues then. So is this company the one that makes the decision ultimately and nobody in government, not they sign off on them or not they get approval from government, then just they grab and do willy-nilly waiting they want for do and just get away with it? Because like I say, if this is a cost saving, decision, this is worse. Because why make I say this? We remember where the bank governor, they asked him, oh, why they change the currency? They say, oh, the currency with Thomas de la Rue and the print, expensive, blah, 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 blah. So you don't sign contract with one company in Sri Lanka where they print them for we cheaper, where they print them for we cheaper one. So now make them they go to Sri Lanka just because of price. So you want to change your country currency. Now you don't go print boku, you don't bring and come. Now you still use the old currency.
You don't print boku.
Well, then print enough where then they use because the money not they circulate. The new one not they circulate.
Well, Juba, I think the roundup of this Babu thing, I think say to me, it will be say few things don't happen where somebody get for be held responsible, but they're able for go back and track back the wrong steps that they don't take. But as far as me concerned, we get to forget people and we get to be held responsible for certain decisions being made, whether good or bad decision. And if you're not ready for take responsibility, I don't know whether I can for continue with this, but why are we always making the same mistakes over and over and over? Because the amount of things that we don't reprint, we don't redo, we don't review within the past 4 years, I will not be surprised if there is anything where they don't complete in a salon under this current administration. We get for be scrutinized and reviewed again because a huge amount of errors has been made. Basically, I look at them the other way and say, if we don't act like professionals in our capacity of what we said we are, we still don't waste another 4 years of going back into 20 years of the dark ages, and how we're able to revamp ourselves back again from that 10 years of dark ages, so don't set ourselves back towards so. It can be very difficult because if we not begin hold people responsible for their mistakes, and government should be held responsible for mistakes like this because this is a deliberate
mistake or negligence.
No, not negligence, deliberate error. It's not negligence because when you go for the cheap, you don't go for the quality, or make your country stand and be counted within the countries of people who do things professionally. It's deliberate and calculative error because they want for just cut costs and somebody don't put the balance in pockets. Because this is a cheap form of production, no form of assessment, no review, no consultation, no nothing. Decisions were just being made just like that. And then civil like we are just fools, idiots. We don't even know what we're talking about. Then we just tell all things our face number, we accept that. Oh yeah, that's cool. Don't get a new passport. Like we are all fools and dumbs. We don't know exactly what they do and how they think. That's the situation that they put me. And the one for me could just keep my mouth shut and accept them. Come on, we can't do that. Only for in our mouth and in our pocket, but not for all of us. It's very, very
before I go to Femi, let me ask you, as a professional, if somebody called that job day to you, how many jobs that you don't refuse because you not think say ethical for do?
A lot. Like I said earlier on, I would not tell the person we commission the job, say, sorry, the opacity of that particular picture is not good enough. It has to be reduced a bit more so it becomes a watermark or something we're going for use as a security seal. So basically, the whole idea behind watermark is to make sure that people don't replicate that, because you can never get a watermark right if you replicate something. Very difficult, because you don't know what is the image behind the watermark and how they can verify that. You will see the lines when you blow them up to a certain scale. You will see the differences between the watermark and the picture itself. So basically, if that work they come to me, the boss will commission me that work there. I give facts, so we get for do a couple of series of reviews, and I'll give your own professional advice and say to you, sorry, that image is too strong. It can't go out like this. We need to reduce it a bit more. If you want to emphasize on the fact, so you want it to be a watermark. So graphically is wrong. Professional representation is wrong. Identical representation is wrong. Even the production of them is wrong. So they don't make all that mistakes there because nobody from the first chain of command not highlight the problem. So the problem continue right across to the top. And then when it gets to the end of production, again, nobody cares about that particular product. They will just print and just release it. That's the essence of what has happened. And if we not begin vet then here, so ask questions, go through rigorous amount of questioning and reviews and accept and disagree and change templates and do another one and give options, then we're not going to get things right. That's not the salon we've done for the past 4 years. It's not going to be any surprise if we go for us a lot of stuff where then people also don't do because of the wrong elements they will not use to apply for doing anything in day.
And the sad part, months and months, passport, people not be able to forget passports because then say, then they bring a new passport. All of a sudden, you can't bring babu.
But why you for change the passport in the first? Why not just go the old one and already done it?
Thank you. So that's the question. Why did you change it? What's the reason behind the change? If you decide for go give a hardened criminal where you give clemency, you give them passport, it go. Now then they make you they change passport. No. If you decide for sell with passport them to Indians and we decide for travel, go to Dubai, you understand, for balance COVID, you sold them our passport. That's the reason why you wanted to change our passport and you got to go put Babu there. No, come on, man. Femi, you don't hear the calls that will come in, people call and all that. And what's your comment? So if I call you don't listen, me and T-Boy, they go back and forth. Because T-Boy won't give me trouble, but not agree.
Yeah, so Juma, it's incredible, really. You know, listening to some of we callers, it look like all man gets the same issue. As in, nobody not happy with this Babu Tiaso. What more can I say, Juma? You know, I won't say it is done, it's done, but you know, why we know the land lesson there? You know, every day na different day na salon. It feel like say na I will put them. It feel like say every day na party, na different party with the go. I really don't know what to say. It is terrible. Say then do that to we. As soon as say when we turn up now certain immigration them people then go look twice so they look with passports. Some man not go say nothing. Other man then might smile, but we know so we turn you back. You know, words will be said. And Tiber, right? Some man go jokingly ask you, you know, some silly question for provoke you. And you know, say when you reach the immigration, at times then you want test you for see if you go panic, then can't see in this. So some man go test you for see your reaction and then see if they can take them further. Already a lot of people with the travel are in some kind of discomfort within the travel, you know, especially first time travelers, them. You know, so it's terrible. Say we put then kind additional unnecessary pressure then the par we people them. So I think waiting T-Boy say it's for some strange reason, I guess not today no more, but we struggle to have control. You know, when if somebody can give work for do and you do the work really and truly waiting that work, you forgive them a prototype with them for can go to quality control. Somebody else apart from you we design the work supposed for look or you will commission the work safe, you supposed to go get somebody else, make them vet them with you, you know, they can say two heads are better than one. And make somebody look and go through all the pages and say, okay, we're happy with this. And if that's the case, if they be happy with Andy, then it just show the kind of people they will get at the head of this motorcar. But before I go, I just want to say Babuya yo. Babuya yo.
And then say Uda Wawa, go get to a Babu boss cry as well. So let me say
and then he say it clear like
Babu ways. Bash kuduku, Babu ways de. Tibane Tibane, what you say?
I don't deliberately for making no give me.
Fola na bash kuduku.
You waste the shine Kongoma.
So you see all the negative things.
You don't see the text where the person is saying that the Facebook for identify the person who the for talk about. Showing.
Amicalon.
You want call the name of the person talk?
Amicalon.
No, yeah, Amicalon should not confirm that. Yes,
yeah,
no, Usman Kamala, he named the person who they talk about, who they made the comparison to the Babu.
No, not Siam.
Me man do for Usman Kamala named the man. I don't know about Usman Kamala.
I not see.
You don't see? Oh yeah, that you wanna help you that. You want to know me? Now I'm in a Ministry of Agriculture with me. He says, Sylvester, me I dark.
Yeah, that I need glasses.
I didn't see the table. You help me, I.
So sometimes I not be open the posse, I be the print. I make you say your print nobody babu. I feel bad, I saw it time.
Sylvester, me I dark. I didn't see the table. You help me, I. I saw what
for me prefer let them take the president in picture, then put on the and then put the babu.
No, let the Babu represent, please. Come on, man.
No, but I've done it for me better.
You know how miserable you got time for the city president? Now you 5 years of your life after you don't put
no, they put the president on top of the Lunge Bridge. You understand? That picture is on top of the Lunge Bridge. Then they put on the.
Yeah. Beg, please, not try that.
because they go do them, They go do them.
Please. Then 5 years of misery for the Shina money president with the passport. We the fly to you had the fuel. Eh, but me not some question. They fly like an
but The president, they fly, and your passports represent what? Fly, travel. We just they fly.
And guess what? The new thing I don't see now, you know, say every government office get the person in picture up the
picture. Yeah.
Now the picture in a snap. Watch me do. No, so then the best thing the picture they take from me, I take up. The end of the problem, you pass away the snap now, so you did no more because nobody see.
So now forehead, now they snap.
Honestly, the pictures of those pictures are taken specifically for highlight the president and not the person.
Say, Mr. President, are they with you?
Thank you.
I'm loyal to you.
Now they go take that picture and they go put who's part of the passport page and go put all?
No, at the front side, near Lekusa they put the babuso.
Oh no.
Especially that picture where it take with the Lunge Bridge, where you sit on top of the Lunge Bridge.
No, man, no, nice. You man, please.
So now no even recommend that because they not get play. So before we go to the other topic quick, something connected to this passport is the ID cards. National ID cards, because that's again a form of identity. What's happened recently?
The national ID card they pay for in dollars.
But your audio they go in and out. I don't know why.
The national ID card they pay for in dollars. Proudly say by one of the people that was CV advertised, say the national ID card don't come, or finally don't come, we talk out do them. But guess what? Now for go now, who's in the office? National NIA or
NCCI or NICC or whatever. National Civil Registration.
Yes, you say when you go there, you passport there. Now for just go tell the number, they make you passport ID card for you. I mean, your ID card for you now $7, huh? And then the one way they use for fly, if you want to go within the local country, they really around we now $15. And then they pay for all the money, say $1.
So it come back to the same thing. So if you go today, the exchange rate, yeah. So if $15 turn 100,000, that means say now 100,000 they pay. If $15 turn 500,000, now 500,000 they pay. How much does it cost to produce one ID card?
If they will give you that contract, they will print for Salon government all their ID card inside 1 week. And still back, not so sister. And it will cost them even up to what? We're not called dollar. It will cost them up to what's not the equivalent of $10?
Now, sorry.
Now, no, not free to not so yeah. Now 100,000,
Oh.
Can you imagine? Then they make a like for say now, okay, if you don't have your ID card, it means you cannot do nothing. So basically, it's like mandatory for you to pay that money. You don't get choice.
How many people are where their salary for the month reach $50?
But they don't care, Chuma. That's the point. They don't really care. What they care about is just put the amount, say, now $7. That $7, whether you go, you like you pay because you need your ID card. That's the point. So the ID card is not just an ID card, but it also represents as an identity. So if you never afford to buy passports, you buy the international ID card where they make it travel to Guinea, Liberia, and other parts of West Africa, up to Nigeria, with that international ID card. And then there also the issue of to foreigners, then back if they want for user and for fly within the sub-region. $15. Can you imagine? So basically, I don't know what's the essence of the ID card.
It's all about making money. That's the problem.
You're making money.
It's
and
all
people
about making money.
They get the satisfaction for the money back when they pay for the thing they make. Come on.
Right. So the people away there, it's complete scam. So you get certain people away. Okay, let's say at the end of the day, the whole passport, the company where they produce and something at $2 and they pay them for passports. That $5 all now one person in pocket they go.
Well, one person for wrap the passport side, I think somebody should be held responsible, and we therefore look at the whole idea of responsibility being given by the right people, and they should take it on board very seriously. Because if they don't, we may end up in a decision end up so like how no more the bank governor waste millions of leons and dollars for wins the money where he end up for use the same old note. It's the same old idea back. We can go back to reverse psychology. But most of what thing they happen, so we can talk about our back again in the same format, in the same structure, but different headline. And that's what we've been doing for the past 4 years. Same topic, same discussion, but different headline.
Right. So nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. It's just the same
thing. It only got worse.
Vicious recycling of the same thing. Just the headline is just different. Just the headline different. But the same topic, just different headline. Now the same concept of what they say, but just the headlines nobody just change. If you not believe, the next topic of discussion will be what in?
The Minister of Finance then sacked him recently. We don't know why. It was sacked.
Again, everything just come up. Then being his passport, we get Babu picture next to the third page. Again, why? We don't know why. That's the same discussion.
We don't know why. We don't know why. We don't know why. So
okay, let's go to that.
So let's go to that. So you see, Dennis Vandy, again, Fambule with the watchery. You know, we talk about this because the Ministry of Finance in the last 4 years don't get 4 ministers. 4 years, 4 ministers. Why? That turnaround in any proper institution, if you get a staff turnover like that, it's concerning. That means something is wrong somewhere. Because one, there is no continuity, there is no proper things happening there. We don't see situation wherein one of the deputy minister of finance left. The same Nebuli Agbai left. He work for ADB now, African Development Bank. They say good do. So when you look at all these things, it's scary for Sierra Leone. And the question where we want for us na CRGM media, the Ministry of Finance, now the nerve, now they're responsible for the economy, now they're responsible for let the country move go before Cambia. Because if the economy they work, now voila. So if they don't get that kind of sacking, is it sacking the ministers now in they solve the economic problem of the country, or it's something else? Why sack the Minister of Finance and left the bank governor? Why sack the Minister of Finance and still maintain the same financial secretary? Now the minister then are the problem because the ministers are supposed to only be political heads. The technical people and they way now financial secretary, the deputy financial secretary, assistant financial secretary, and all the technical heads for the different programs within Ministry of Finance. And you get specialized ministries, agencies like income tax. You get the Bank of Sierra Leone, where you get the bank governor, and you get income tax, you get the commissioner. So why? Sacking the minister alone, will that solve the problem? That's my question for you, Tibor.
A very good question, but I think it's sad for like we didn't have the situation with this one. And main reason for that now the fact say again we have a nation that is not accountable. And look, we go back into history. Name me any minister, head of department, head of any parastatal, a lead in any government institution where they don't sack within the past 40 years. We don't go under any form of investigation after the sacking. Name me any where they don't investigate, try, and then charge, try, and convicted. Name me any. I go say go down 40 years back into the history of Sierra Leone. Nobody can name me any. If you know anybody, please wait, then we don't sack. We go under investigation. And that person they was charged for misconduct, then charge them. After then sack them, then charge them after that, then try them, and then convict them, whether guilty or not. Please.
I know say there was one under the President Jan Kabak government, but that was interesting. May he so rest in peace. It was interesting because not only sacking, not only charge, but not the consequences. I think it was Minister of Agriculture. I don't know if it was Professor Harry Will, Dr. Harry Will. So agriculture, then say for rice seed and all of those kind of things, okay, got missing. Then got sacked, taken to, what do you call the place? Anti-corruption. But we end up for fine, I don't know if it's been 500,000 or 1 million, and then they say get for pay. So it come back to the same theory they ask. But at least there was that precedent to say there was one sacked. But in penalty, no equivalent to the crime we then say commit.
So his sacking, was it due before investigation or investigation lead to sacking?
I can't remember the timeline of events, but I know it was connected. That was one.
So he was under investigation and then he was sacked.
Correct. And under the previous government as well, I can't remember Dr. Richard Conte. I don't know if you remember that he was called to CID. I don't know whether he was recalled and given another position or something, but I know he was,
okay, Juma. Okay, you possibly not listen to. Well, maybe you listen, but you don't understand.
No, I just tell you say half of. I know they say he answer your question completely.
Okay.
But it just tell you say there have been people in position that we don't take and go investigate. Even with this government, there was a couple of ministers. Abu. Then I don't know if they've been suspended or sack him. But then they called him again. That was one. Then there was another one where they actually put said and they investigate. That's it. Now you're nothing again.
All right. My point is,
nobody,
we don't have any officers where they don't sack.
Mm-hmm.
They sack me today. Tibo, you're no longer working for CID Media, you're sacked. Okay. Then 1 month later, Tibo, you're under investigation for the Israel who sacked you in CID Media.
Right.
That's the point to make.
Right. And you're right. In the UK, for example, if then they sack you, they'll give a reason why then they remove you. The public will know that this person not up to the task, or he don't commit certain offense, or something. They not they just grab and replace you like that. Sierra Leone, then things say, the best way it's in the team, where they can't pull you. Go pull you, this go make this die. Because this same Minister of Finance,
we don't sack him before.
3 times.
Well, okay.
Twice before now. So this is the third time. Because one, he was Minister of Agriculture. Or no, he was first Secretary to President. To President. Then secondly, Commode, then make a Minister of Agriculture. He was sacked. And now Minister of Finance, sacked again. 3 times. So all these 3 times, then just they sack him for let it go blow and let the case die. Or is he just being the scapegoat here? That's the other question.
I don't think it's about being the scapegoat. To be honest, it's like
because if this maker they ask, if you sack somebody, then you promote them.
It's a systematic way of dealing with certain issues in certain positions.
Right.
So basically, I will send you to clean up that mess.
Yes.
And when I say clean up that mess, now for cover the tracks, lay everything lie low, seal all. Because you remember I said the governor being gets a full-blown investigation where they put under the Ministry of Finance because of the fake check, the fake receipts, fake invoices, and fake and exorbitant amount of withdrawals by the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah.
Remember, the bank governor be there on a serious investigation where bring camp that other bank guy in name Insai within a commercial bank. So that was a huge investigation conducted by the bank governor himself. When the investigation doesn't become so tense, then you place the bank governor. I mean the Minister of Income, Sandy. Vandy. That was the third
but
time.
the one where they been pulled in and promotes them promoter. Then go make a chief minister.
Thank you. And other than income, the one be there. Not saying that the one promise we all the bread and butter position.
Bread and butter. Yes.
He go in the other investigation and tell why they sack him or why they replace him.
No, sack and then promote him.
Well, they not say why they replace him, but they push him.
Right.
So basically, he was the most qualified man for that position.
Mm-hmm.
And he don't make sure, say, he don't tell the whole country, say he is qualified to change the economy of Sierra Leone within 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So, they will not get no doubt in him. So basically, how can you put your trust in that person and then a year later, you replace him? And we all know the amount of atrocities that will happen doing in terms of office now, the Ministry of Finance. How many checks then will it sign through? Now, encounter the issue of the First Lady in problem even getting a State House. Where it first, sorry, now my husband now in the sanction money being signed to me and we didn't give me a spend them. Who was issuing those money was the then Minister of Finance. What happened to him? He was removed and replaced by somebody else. Again, this particular replacement has been sacked twice. Now, very key office system. The second one gets a huge amount of financial implications. And when I checked his CV, he's a qualified, reputable accountant. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, he's now being sacked. We don't know why they sack him. We don't know what he do wrong. We don't know what he not do wrong. And then they don't replace her with somebody else. We get a huge amount of record of making financial transactions that this same damn bank or this same damn ministry where in they go now for go be the head show. So basically, you were doing the dirty work when you were not in the position of trust. Now I can't put you there now. What do you expect to happen? So it's not about the sacking. It's about the chain of command.
Yeah.
That is what is happening. The sequential changes of the authorities in position, after their replacement, nothing happens. Any investigations about them is void. Nobody will bring back their track record because they've been sacked. So everything about them is wiped off the slate. You cannot investigate them. And the new party will come. How can you change your Minister of Finance at the 11th hour to an election?
Right.
In your country? I beg, please.
Right.
Are we serious?
Right. And if you look at this thing again, you see, oh, Salon. Sometimes you just go for breathing. You know, you shake it and ask God for courage and mercy. Because how do you justify promoting or giving somebody a bigger portfolio that had underperformed in a key ministry? For example, like you stated, JJ Safar, saying an economist, understand, able for fix the bread and butter issue. He hound the previous government, he talked, he was very eloquent. He sabi for talk about the issue. There's a bread and butter economy where can I tell people and say, now wait for us for bread and butter. We just count, I give it time. He did it, he not able for deliver, because if the economy bad, so the economy not just bad within a day. It only go on for a couple of years. So he did not perform. Then, but they elevate him now in charge of all the ministers, then they supervise all the other ministers then. So he was elevated. So you elevate somebody we're not able to perform now one ministry, you're not able to look and manage the affairs into one key ministry, but now you get a lady in charge of all the ministers then at the country. And now the senior prefect. This minister with Saxo had been sacked as secretary to president because of fraud. A fraudulent issue. Okay? Either they forged a letter or something, but there was a fraudulent issue. So he was sacked. Then the people of Kenema grumble, with the tower, with this person, and they care for, we also now they discriminate, so don't vote for Naguna, 100% block vote. They on a pull we on post where they look after, where they put pull watana we eye. Bam. Then someone succumb to pressure, or like T-Boy say, maybe he's good at covering the tracks and, doing the dirty work. Say, Lord, send and the leg go clear. Now we done. Either things then still not solved, or he fall out of favor, or instead of doing your own. Because I mean, now, what will be done, they see, for me, they make a minister of finance, it was the handbag of the president.
Yeah.
All the presidents, they go.
Yeah.
And then they go. All the trips that we may see.
That just don't tell you, that just don't justify the reason why he was there.
Right. Because even where then go watch.
Just look at this. They have 3 people in play. They have the then Minister of Finance, with also the the president outside the role. Then they have the president traveling alongside them, and then they have the Minister of Finance. So basically, you have 2 people who have run a key ministry for 4 years period. Now, then they're with you on all your trips. What do you think those trips are essential? Why are all those trips essential? It's not in the books.
Right.
So wherever the president is going, he takes his finance minister and the currency.
So I'll get for cover. How did they go this all and cover out that all day?
But if you are on a 6, 7, 8 hours flight to a country, you do all that discussion on flights. You fly the anyway, so nobody's going to be in your conversation. So basically, they do all those transactions whilst they are on board flights to another country. And when they get to another country, whilst they are killing time, they also do their books. It's about doing your books anyway. Why do you think a businessman will fly with his accountant? Why?
Right.
Why do you think a businessman will fly with his accountant? Because that's the president's accountant, the Minister of Finance. The president anyway. And the president, the floating chief minister, were in charge of all the ministry, the financial dealings there, they still pass through him because
and him be done they as minister of
finance. So basically, it's just as bringing those people together. And the person way they right now has been one of the other way we don't transact all in businesses back as well. So basically, he's now bringing him home. Okay, now bringing you closer to home so that you are home now, and then you can deal with the rest of what I want you to deal with. That's all it is.
And the thing about this one where they right now, there's been questions about the COVID funds. You know that money that they collect in the airports.
Yeah,
you know, like how they ask for the $25 right now.
Yeah, of course.
So now they in charge of that money. They who side the money go? Who that keep that money waiting then do
how many months they haven't paid staff for doing COVID?
Correct. Yeah, over a year now. So the COVID funds, where they collect that $80 family, that $80 they collect now in the airport. This new Minister of Finance. Now be they in charge of that money day. So we don't know side that money they go waiting and do with time, almost then collect it, they will not able for no. And that is one thing I need to go and check the audit report for see if that funds was captured, for say that COVID money day was captured and how much million. That I'll go and check.
Bro, it wasn't.
Well, no, when I make a say, I get for go check just for be sure whether it was included to say.
We don't talk about the audit report, we don't talk about it.
No, we're not talking about it. So we have to go check and for see how much if they been collect that money, that funds, if they been collect them and how much of that. And what they do with the money. So
the interesting thing about the whole thing behind the sacking, the new minister, and whatever you might think is going to do, I don't know how they vet these things. Because to be honest, this is something they just think of no overnight without no nothing. When did that happen? We just wake up one morning and say, sorry, don't sack the Minister of Finance, we get a new Minister of Finance. Just like that. Just like that. No explanation. Not even a press release to say why. Because I think if anybody does not owe you anything, I think the president owes us an explanation for sacking people who are responsible to be dealing with the economy that we so believe and trust in. Because why the changes? You got to justify to, okay, the reason I can change that money now because she doesn't deliver. Again, we see in London. When we have, what is it, Barton? No.
Barton.
When we have him for the chancellor, for how long? The shortest serving chancellor.
Was it 2 weeks or a week or something? Because they say in policy, they're not aligned with the prime minister.
They're not even wasting time with themselves. He got for resign quick, just like that. And then sack and straight. And even in sacking himself, get for lead to the prime minister himself resignation.
He said go down. That's it.
So that's the type of open book policy we're talking about. If you don't have an economic development that is going to work for the country, you should not represent in any platform. Because you might have your credentials, but maybe your credential is just for the lecturing room. not to put together economical situation where you're able to deal with. Maybe you can talk it, but you cannot actually put it into action. Those are two different things. You can be a very good lecturer, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can be a very good administrator.
Well, now this have been done. They call the bank governor from the tail they appoint. I seen a textbook bank governor, but people
of course
thought I was joking because Usai may begin the yardstick when we use for measure and force. Okay, even the textbook. In students, they review because America then get side the way they say review my lecturer. Where you go watch. The man get 1/5. The students they say they know they understand him.
Juma, that man they don't categorically clearly make out to me and the entire UK public way in kind of London the other day say he do this because that's something he been always want to do now in life.
Correct.
He has his dream goal for make sure say he changed the Sierra currency. That's all he wanted to do. And
so it's just in your history for say in my time, during my lifetime, I changed the Sierra Leone currency. My signature.
That's not what you want to do any do.
So for let signature they no more. Say I not die, I not sign that.
You want for achieve now the world and you do and even highlight the concern where he gets where they get against on the university where we lecture.
About you get a video.
It's on our Facebook page. It's there.
You know,
he
if you get time.
He said it.
Cut that one the law.
He self-talk him. He make him clear to and say, yes, I had a problem because the problem we didn't get in university now because then tell and say you cannot categorically clearly teach people about demoralizing any kind of financial transaction with currency.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that.
Right. So in your test case now about Sierra Leone, in the you know, where they affect 7.5 million people.
Thank you. And we asked him a series of questions on that day. How will this work? How would you make comparison with the Venezuela, with the Zimbabwe, and with other few more other countries that we don't go through the same kind, similar kind of stuff will happen? He said, "Oh, no worry about that. It's going to be fixed. You don't do the math book." And the worst about it all again, he said he made the decision to announce about the new currency before even he can make the decision with the people and where he's supposed to make the decision. So like in June, he made the public announcement because he don't hear too much of the noise.
So I get for deliver that.
Then now he goes kind of for solve the problem after you don't make the public announcement. And he said all of this.
And this is a professor where get for back everything with research and evidence. It's supposed to be evidence-based. A professor. Now make I say na textbook professor, textbook bank governor, but people didn't understand.
I ask him, okay, how we now the diaspora get for dealing with the foreign exchange currency? We say the 1,000 could be 1 Leone or 100 Leone. No, it's not going to make any difference now. For just cut the zeros. Really? Yeah. Now, how many zeros we don't add and that zero for not just on cuts?
Now they use dollars for
equivalent to leones. That's the only
passport.
Leones is of no value.
Right.
So we actually use the currency to the current rate of the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
So if the dollar increased to 20,000 for $1,
mm-hmm.
if then they charge you for anything as Salona in dollar,
$1. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what's in now $5? So if you want for buy $5, not only $5 change rate to now the $5 buying rates.
Correct, buying rates.
If they change dollar,
and current buying rates.
Buying rates. So basically, they pay for that product they like a $7 or $8.
Mm-hmm.
Not a $5 way you go change that way they give $5 or no. Now the buying rate of the dollar now you they pay for that item. That's how they calculate the money. So if the buying rate for $1 now 5,000, and then that person they sell in Akara 5,000. I mean, $1 now 5,000 they pay. So if you buy 5,000 today, tomorrow now $1 back still, then the dollar don't go up to 7,000. Now 7,000 they pay.
Correct.
So if inside 1 week the dollar don't rise from 5,000 to 15,000, now 15,000 they pay.
Mm-hmm.
So can you imagine that? And we take
so now make us say na thief business, na conman business, na scam. Where you go tell people. Something like a passport. Passport get forget fixed price because if you don't negotiate, almost you they make the passport, almost then they charge you. You don't do all that and you factor in say the passport na 200,000 leones, for example, because I don't spend 100,000. Now cost recovery passport not to for make money. You know, they make money. It's not to for side for go make profits. Not to like when me get me full of shop. You understand? I get for make profit because I get for go buy back. No, you don't negotiate with them 5-year contract. They don't agree saying at this price. So when you can't begin to tell people say dollar rate and every day the dollar change, the passport price they change, that means say you they thief the people of Sierra Leone. You they thief them a conman business. Because what you they do now, you go deliberately shorten the passport, say passport no day, you wait till price go up, then you can't put up. I doubt if people are not they buy the empty passport book, they're inside the passport office itself and keep them. Say, man, they keep their word. So when the price go up at the ad, now me own this.
You'll be amazed them go do that, you know.
Then go do it. Because if somebody can say now, say I paid $150, they'll say, hey, passport not there now, this, that, and you want them. You know, you're desperate. You have to travel.
Yeah.
You want it. Sometimes they don't shape the passport and say, okay, you get 200 passport, then they get 150. They don't shape and say, I'm your own commission this so. Passport. So again, we come back to the same problem. Why do you have to sack just the Minister of Finance and left the bank governor and left the Commissioner General for, you know, I call her NRA, National Revenue Authority? Why you left them? Because all them agencies, then they interconnected.
Then what would the bank was?
The Minister of Finance. So if you sack the Minister of Finance, now that they will solve the country problem. If it is, they would ask you a question why you appoint them in the first place, where you don't sack and where you be there as Minister of Agriculture, where underperformed it. Why you be even appoint them as Minister of Agriculture when you don't sack them as Secretary to President? So you reward failures. You reward underperformance by promoting them and giving them bigger and more responsibilities.
Well, let's say we get a couple of months more to the end of the parliament sitting or whatever might happen. Sometime maybe we will get a new appointment for him again soon. So I will not be surprised.
Remember the guy was the Attorney General. He was Minister of Local Government. He was sacked there, then they promoted and get a bigger position. They were
not surprised if they can make the next foreign minister.
Exactly. Exactly.
The sacking is not justifiable. The appointment of the new Minister of Finance is not justifiable because of in past records or in records within the COVID fund. So basically, you're bringing in somebody that has been doing your work to replace somebody who was also doing your work.
But interestingly, this person not be there far. He was understood and have been deputy to this. So if you don't sack this day, you left the one and then they promote that. So you don't say I tell you, they promote people for underperforming. If this person not able for
but you know say over the years, if we've never been able to recognize the deputy ministers in finance and other few more major ministries then. We haven't been able to see them on any spotlights. Just like we don't see much of the
it doesn't mean they're not working. You understand?
Well, again, not that they're not working, but I think if I ask you that I'm Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, you know, right?
Yeah, because now they go and kill people there.
So So who is the Minister of Agriculture?
Do that?
Deputy Minister of Agriculture.
I don't remember anymore.
Okay. Who is the Deputy Minister of Mines?
Mines get deputy. I don't think they have deputy.
Okay, right. Yeah. Okay, who is the Deputy Minister of Local Government?
Now one lady.
One lady. You know who's have been himself?
Yeah, I'm not Sabi.
I saw the new. I don't know if not new, but I think I saw a Minister of Gender.
Yeah, gender na Manti Tarawali did as Minister of Gender.
I see there's a Minister for Gender.
They get social welfare different. No?
They say. Now I see there's a Minister for Gender.
Oh, you not be no.
No, past
Yeah, so you get social welfare get minister and a deputy, then
Yeah,
gender
I know
get
the minister and the deputy, and my family.
yeah. Even the minister of local government are your family.
Yeah, family back. You want to call me family and the power, I don't mix so. What's the problem?
It's also your uncle and they and your cousin there. God have mercy.
I beg you, please. I beg, please. I beg you.
Femi, I want to carry inside this stuff.
Femi, no go
You have to put them under commission of
Femi, no go do
because your uncle and cousin and they pan poto so right now. You see, don't now so they criticize them. This is the bit where they get for Ghana, Kono, the bagay. Who say now on a town center na Yengema?
We don't get town center na Yengema.
Okay, well, near that, remember that or near that hospital. I didn't go put you that hospital where go out for them. Where the now they go tie you where they beat you, the big tick where they tie you, hug up, beat every day. Every day, one household by your family, they can give 6 cots every day.
We're not talking about that. Not to me. This show is not about.
Femi can inside this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, Femi can inside. No, but you're asking questions. Let Femi can inside quick.
Question what they ask, not to then for do that. Something.
Now I just want Femi comments. Then they go back to.
Wait here, do you, Juma?
That's it.
Why not me? You ain't come for canting flag boy.
Citizen of Yengema. Right, because you know that if you not talk for ways you go, they go join you for you.
The Tiboy uncle them, cousin them, brother them. Ha! I don't know, Tiboy. All I go see now, share. Because the beats they get for you.
We need for new passport and new place for Tiboy Femi. Because they go expel them. How they do and they are like a Julia Ashans from Kono. They banish you.
Then they get Tiboy NR.
Yes.
Never to return.
Yes, never to return.
Take Corona Saloma. Now wait small more. I don't know.
You not to Corona right now, sir. Because Lord have mercy. So it's sad, T-boy. It's really, really sad. But like you say, that's another problem we identify that we'll have to deal with in a subsequent show about the deputy ministers there. Because why do you have to put them there if not just for occupy empty office and they give them the opportunity for perform? And I was talking to someone, why they allow deputy minister there for sit in a cabinet? Yes, sir.
The same reason why we ambassador not allowed them to do the work.
Thank you very much.
Why?
The first lady and the ambassador for all the country there.
If the reason why we get ambassador and high commissioner them, now so the president can then in country and work for him people them. The one the way they abroad, the ambassador and high commissioner there, then the representative of the president now the country or region where then they serve. So when something happen in that country, that them for the go represent. One time the brag will come. But most of the time,
that then they represent. Right? Their title is His Excellency Ambassador, blah, 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 blah.
But as soon as notice, also we come on now, when anything be, as cop shake so man don't jump na plane. Then say them in a fan way for reach Brazil the other day, for go pele in funeral. I don't know if they reach there.
Well, the problem now, we not get stadium for name after Pele. That's the problem.
No, so they say they name the Sheikh Stadium to Pele Stadium, yeah. They don't change them. I see them a couple of days ago na Facebook. They say them for rename Sheikh Stadium as Pele Stadium. You know what they give for that? They give like a $5 million.
Just for name for brand and Pele Stadium.
We would tell that name the local give no more. They didn't go the $5 million. They go put a guy's phone to sell a Sheikh Stadium. They change the flag, but that stadium they. If they're not broke and can off that, and then do any kind of things for a Sheikh Stadium.
Exactly.
That's the change for that. I let them paint all the stone they really did. Stuff for make them blue, green, yellow.
Pele.
A Sheikh Stadium. We never change the name there. You change no more. No problem. Like I change no get more. I change no get more. I don't get still. Na the same Lunga airport. I like them to put gold inside African money. Lunga airport, yeah. So go forget. Don't forget.
So like how they call that bridge?
I don't know.
You know, so the bridge they be trying for change the name.
The bridge
so
gets two name. Bridge, Whose bridge? Juba Bridge?
No, the
Juba
upline bridge. Rogbere Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah. But the problem you have put down there, then go change and they announce. Then EU.
Wait, my land for calling the bridge in name.
Rogbere Bridge.
It's the Rogbere Bridge. Remember the Rogbere Bridge. This is our money.
I will put some money. Who pays the piper comes with you? Then Femi Young Bridge now get two names. You get Shengbe Pier one side, then you get the other side. Wait the other side.
And who call the other one Amistad Bridge? Because
IT Wally Johnson Bridge. Yeah, so IT Wally Johnson and Shengbe Pier.
Anyway, no go down there. Then a different show. We'll not change the show.
All right. Yes, Femi.
No, I just want to buttress on the topic on the money for the passports. You know, I thought, you know, something I not get sense. But I've been feel to say we're not allowed as people for use other coins in our country. As in the leons is the currency we for use. And if we use anything else, we're going to break the law. I've been feel to say that was the rule.
Correct, that was the rule.
You know, so if I dey sell horse, well, or land, or if I dey do something, I suppose for sell them in leons. Because technically, nobody works in dollars in Sierra Leone.
Right.
Yeah? We all dey work in leons.
Yeah.
So how you go to go charge person for a local product in foreign currency? I think that's breaking the law.
But then you don't pay that person in dollars.
Exactly.
Salary not
But if you, when are you do Juma or T-Boy do I sure say then we'll get question for una. Then we'll go look on a tight place for making go answer question. So why we government we not supposed for the break the law? We're supposed to lead by example. Go they do something like this? Because rightly so, there is no way the average man go able for go get a passport when they charge ridiculous amounts of money, and what's of all, then they charge them in dollars. And as soon as I know we go through hyperinflation at the moment, that means to say every day the dollar price might change. So for me, that's, you know, it's a wrong thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not an economist. Maybe other people anyway get for answer this question. But I've been feeling to say.
We don't talk about earlier, Femi, will say that you don't negotiate with the producers of your passport. You have a contract with them. It's not a 6-month contract or daily basis contract. Your contract with them is possibly 5 years, okay, for the timeline of that passport day. With that's subject to negotiation, renegotiation again. So if that is the case, when I don't agree, say, for produce the passport, now this now the contract, now so Salon government they pay for each passport buko na produce for we. Salon government not for profiteer. Now make I say na thievery, you know, robbery, call all the fraud, everything. And this not a reflect in the books. Now the consolidated fund as revenue coming in. Waiting then they put now, waiting them feel for put. Then because there is no way for you for gauge as a government, say I sell passports today, $100 were equivalent to 2 million. Then then next to my I sell up na 3 million. You understand? Then we'll get a flat rate where they put inside because now waiting they don't negotiate. So everything else that comes on top goes to dark hole account. I mean, don't say they get black hole account them when a few people they profiteer inside it. That is what they're doing. So then they thief the people of Sierra Leone using our services as business. We're wrong and criminal.
So Juma, on that note, say wrong and criminal. On that note, say waiting the word legal tender mean, or the statement legal tender?
We don't know anymore with this government. Our legal tender is supposed to be the Leones.
And the reason why it named legal tender?
Because now the official currency now the only authentic, because now we own, now we bona fide one.
So if you use anything else, we're not so illegal tender, that makes you illegal.
Illegal, correct.
And our government, we're supposed to be the head of the country. They use an illegal tender for sale with passports.
Correct. But then they harass other people and say, Trade, you're not supposed to take past $10,000 in a bank. If you want to take past 10,000, you get for come to the bank governor for approval. If you write up, dear Mr. Bank Governor, the money I be putting yesterday, I want for can take, I need $10,000. They froze people's money in their account, then tap people their money, then because of that. Because when they can they rent and people their money in a bank, they look at accounts the way like a flourish. They want for all them people lend their money, they harass them. Boku business people run away, come on out the country because of them.
So Juma, quickly, Juma T-boy, if that watch with T-boy way so, yeah, if Iboku na the market, yeah, Iboku pass waiting people they want buy them, the price they go down not so.
Yeah.
But if it's scarce, and demand boku, the price they come up. We all know where fuel scarce within the happen, price they go up. So if you think about them, what we exchange rates are like a buy and sell. Now they buy and sell money. Yeah.
Correct.
If Olma wants the Leones, if Leones is in demand, the price of the Leones will go up. So the value of the Leones will go up. Yeah. If nobody no want the Leones, if nobody at all no want the Leones, they rather than sell the host them in dollars, the motorcar in dollars, with passports now in dollars. That means to say there is no value for the Leones. What's in the happen to the Leones?
Well, that's the thing.
In no value they come down.
Right now, the worst part, the Leones not even there, then they not even value.
Yeah, so with the complaint now say things are hard, but we safe, they make it harder by trading in foreign currency. And we governments, we ought to know better. We ought to know better. Wait for tell you say, not even go change your markets, black market, go na bank. They should be doing everything legally. But then they tell you now again, say for go buy we passports illegally.
So you can only regulate something that you have control over, and where they make sure so you play fair to the people. So if every day people not get confidence in you, in your bank and your policies, the way they pull, definitely where I get me dollar, where me get for me a businessman, I not sabi nothing, I not get white collar job, I not get desk. Me a businessman, I buy and sell a sabi, me picking and get for it. So whichever way me picking and get for it, I they keep me dollar because I get for go buy. Because I not guarantee say if I carry me dollar, I go na bank. When me want dollar, I go na bank, I go get. You understand what I mean? So me want get I the all up. It left to you what you want for do. So that's where government, where now the regulatory and ethical column, now their own skills then come in. Not to for begin threatening people them, make bogus things that like how T-boy say, you say, oh, I just want for change. I want for bring new currency. Can I go change I go solve the problem? No, this are your own personal thing where you want for satisfy has nothing to do with solving the problem we get. Look at the problem face on, engage the people them. What is the real problem?
So find solution. So Juma, honestly, in my opinion, because me cannot say if for be so. So my opinion, I believe say government's not so business. Government not supposed for the run of business. Yeah, it should the business where government to do should be a money saving exercise.
Correct.
As in we they do this thing. Yes, we want get small money there, but not so profits we want make. We just want get small money there so that we go help the team for the turn.
So that's why you call it cost recovery.
Yes.
So you do cost recovery
but
and make sure.
Question I get for you, Juma, how comes when are the average Joe can understand them so, but yet the people that way they lead we get all them 1 million degrees there so can't perform.
Because again, Femi, we come back to the same thing where we done the scenario previously. They know all this, it's all on paper, they have the answers, but they like the organized chaos. So once the chaos they like this, we all they grumble, they are milking the system. They're becoming millionaires, then they profiteer, they own, all creatures great and small, they not reach for them, they wait for them. If blackout, they don't know what blackout is. If petrol no, they don't know what is petrol scarcity. If rest no, they don't know what is scarcity for rest for say them get for go buy. Because most of them not they buy rest anyway. They don't buy except for extended family members, most of them. And they talk about few, but most of them don't buy. Then they where may they grumble for rest, some of them get rest. We don't see previously. You understand? Years back, where ministers then get rest, 500 bags there, where they rot in now storage. But the people not treat, they go to line for buy 3 cup or 5 cup. And now they back you get for big, like saying a favor that they do. You have your money, but you get for big for let them sell you. No, hey, but dear, na sell give me 5 cup. No, na 3 cup they sell you, na 3 cup they sell you all man. But where else then get? So it's the same thing that is happening. It is deliberate. They don't want the problem to solve because if the problem is solved, system they operate, things then they move fine. It make them less relevant and less powerful. When you have organized chaos, it makes them more powerful. They become millionaires. They make good money and left for a generation yet unborn. Whether I go benefit them, I don't know. But that's the reality.
Yeah, so I just want to say, it's hard on me and you for do with business now, Leone, because obviously the Leones they they devalue all the time. Yeah. If they pay you today the equivalent of $1,000 na Sierra Leone. Now I assume now say Juma you left America now, you go salon go work. Yeah. But sometimes you work and picking still the America and you need for the same for them on a regular basis. And you're earning Leones. You don't use for the same the equivalent of $1,000. Yeah. Today, 1 month later, if the dollar change in price, it change in price in 2022, yeah, or 1 year, make us say 1 year later, yeah, because at the beginning of 2022, I believe say the Leones was possibly 13, maybe 14,000 dollar. By the end of 2022, the Leones don't reach nearly 20,000.
I know we will send $1,000 again.
Exactly, because your $1,000 right now don't turn $700, if not less.
Correct, or less.
Yeah, you understand. So that's made you poorer inside just a few months because you don't earn dollars. You understand? You don't earn dollar. So it is wrong for make we government in particular. Because we don't talk about any businessman. Yeah.
Right.
Because if governments they lead so, then any businessman can decide say why women mutka come America and sell and go salon. Now dollar I want.
Correct.
Because na dollar I buy and for. So if you want buy na me and a dollar want. If I don't bill me house and you want car rent them, I they charge in dollar. Because if governments they take their kind action there so, then they shouldn't have a word to say about the private individual we do the same. And then, as I say, what's in the happen now, we all they contribute for devalue the Leones.
Yeah, but we don't have a choice because that's what the government don't create the system.
Yeah.
We don't have a choice because they like it that way. Because if you there 5 years, you just do the wrong things, then every step we take, they make it worse. You have to check yourself that there's so many things wrong here. Well, is it this about just ego proving a point? What is it? It's sad. It is really sad. So people, when person call you and tell you, say, things they're really wrong in the country, you for agree and understand, say it is true. For you, when you send, for example, you send $100. If your $100 yesterday, when you send, the person go pick 1 million. But now you send $100, the person go pick 2 million. It's not actually 2 million out there. Because if you be the buy less 300,000, now less don't be 600,000 for bag. It don't double the price. Petrol don't go up, all of those kind of things. So your 2 million means nothing. You buy less, with less, you get less with your money we get now than you used to get maybe 6 months ago. So if government still, they go and put passport price and other things and say, an ID card say, not in dollars, because T-Boy, I want you to look at that video because the reason I'll get for check that in there. We want to know the lady that did that video. Who is she? And who that's not the person when ahead of NCRA. I saw something briefly, but I will not comment right now for see if there's any relation. So if there's any relation between the person who did that video and the person ahead of NCRA, so is there a conflict of interest possibly? Then they profiteer, then they make money with this thing there in dollars? That's the question I'm going to have. Because I saw last name Masako is something Masako.
I think she was complaining about it. So basically, it's about making profits.
Yeah, but the name I saw on the thing was something like Masako or something like that.
I will check.
And the head of NCIA's the last name is Masako.
Well, Insai, we tell us say we ID card and they come and then come. We don't know and they don't come. So basically, I was talking like somebody who's in authority.
Authority, exactly. So we want to know whether she works for NCRA or it gets somebody where they work for NCRA and why they jubilate for let them then charge for ID card in dollars. So who do they make profits? Are they making $5 out of the $7 and then they make what you call them $10 out of the $15? We want to know all of that. If it's not so, again, we almost they pay for the ID card because we know the cost for production. Now we can call it media production because it's not only talking heads, it's a whole media outfit.
And printing of that ID card is one of the outsourced.
Exactly. Everything media, graphic now, this, that, all things. See,
are they friendly with the whilst with the talk? But I think it's very serious we bring and come up because it's very much relevant.
It's certain thing why we tell you about the pointers now, technical, they call them 10, this, that they make so, so na number they give now, but na babu na go put, so it is true. No, this time there's no mabuka. I don't know side this one come on.
Okay, I miss not the mabuka one.
So yeah. Whilst you're looking for that, Tibo, what's your comment on it? Because I mean, Femi been on the banter.
I had your banter, and I think Femi can always count the justification point of not using currency is a crime, is an illegal tender, which is all true. But at the same time, I understand the points we the therefore make very clearly say, if we as government use the foreign currency for trade, then what else the foreigners they going to do, or what else the business people they going to do? So basically, we for don't set the standard wherein even if let's say even look, we give them some small amount of if at all say they want for use that, let them focus on the currency what they use when they use. So this product now 15,000. Period. Whether they are equivalent, not equivalent now 15,000 euros, it done. You now go say, that's not dollar price. So that's a problem.
That's your problem now. But government offer quote us in dollar. Let me tell you something. When you go to the place like Bahamas, for example, they use their Bahamian dollar. All right. But if you get US dollars, it's more or less 1-to-1. So it don't make any difference. It left to you now what you have for use. If you give them $1, now $1 they buy Bahamian dollar, they buy the thing. It left to use currency you get now. They don't care. So you see, with that you're capable for user. And even that they're not a good charge you say this. That's all this area. You understand? And also a lot of people they carry with US dollars. So if you not get local currency, you still pay in US dollars, but at the same equivalent, the same weight you get. Yes, Femi.
Juma, I am not old enough, but I remember we the Leones was 2 Leones to 1 pound. 2 Leones to 1 pound. Also 2000, 2 Leones to 1 pound. Yeah. When I left Sierra Leone, the Leones was 12 Leones to 1 pound. When I go salon 2 years later, I go holiday, was 20 leons to 1 pound. And this was 1990. It was 20 leons to the pound. And now we're 20,000 plus leons to the pound. You know, it is ridiculous, that things are like that. But as I said earlier on, it is hard for the businessman them amongst we for understand say themselves they contribute to the worsening on the leons. Do I know really come out holiday in America, in England, in Europe, and Australia, and all over the world? They go salon and then get a lot of money within change. It might look like saying boku money. Last year or during the old leons, we all a millionaire in a salon. But really and truly, that millionaire status where you get, wait till they buy you nothing. You know, if you're not a millionaire in England, or in America, or in China safe, na boku money. But you're not a millionaire in salon, you might as well be a pauper. You know, that's the true nature of things. Yes, we remember so go salon, we get boku money in our pockets, but you can't do anything with them substantial. You know, by the time you change before in exchange, the money don't done. You change today, you change $100, $200. By the time you turn the curve, the money don't done. You know, so we get for try for understand the effects where we they get on the leons, and the more the leons they devalue, the effect where they get on the development of the country. So as a businessman or as a sole trader or as a me own person, it might look hard say I change my money to leons. I rather I want keep them in foreign exchange because you don't know what's happen today, you know they happen tomorrow. But it's kind of wrong. But as I said before, it should for government, it's not supposed to be a money making scheme. It's supposed to be a cost saving scheme. So if they know say they don't go pay X amount of money for the passport and they want that money they back, that's fine. Then give him put 2-3 penny per tap.
Right.
But then can't go make crazy profits because that's not what they should be making money from.
Right. So
Juma, remember that song we
not pull the song na me more to carry on more.
Remember that song where they sing that same day?
Not pull out na me more to while
you
forward compress.
You and Juma, you all small. I can watch them on see, but you all small, you know. Actually, there have been the exit door for Sheki.
Correct. Sheki one kill we.
4-1 compress, 1 Leone, 4-1 pounds oil.
No kerosene. 2 Leone for kerosene.
Sheki one kill we, then Momo one berry.
In Kenema then. That was
they say Sheki one kill we, then now Momo one berry.
Momo don't save we.
Yeah, Momo don't save we. Yes. Momo don't save we. When Momo you can now, na impact will them pull for her.
Okay.
1.10 na buttercup they go so na 1.10. Hey, Momo, you da la 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 la.
Buttercup, yes.
Yes. So you see, imagine them say they know they cry. Then now rest. They say oh gladdy because rest na 600,000 for back. Our president now in 2017, prior to the elections, I don't know, was it 2017 or 2018 during the debate?
2017 debate, so what's the 18 now? Almost.
Yeah, it talk and say we need change.
I even listened to the interview.
Right.
How can it affect the change in Sierra Leone?
Yes.
The economy with the
yes.
The president right now with the talk about corruption and then say they left no sacred cow. Not to just sacred cow in the left, but the sacred babu they only go for.
The babu they now the chimpanzee they've all seen now. So I don't ever know say we even get sacred babu them, but now we don't get that.
No, you don't know. So in the second babu they all he left. Not the second cow no the babu they all he left.
That is like you say when you take gold bush, when you take gold bush, what in the Canton? The babu they all the Canton.
All they come cheap them.
Salon.
No, but you see, again, Nameka can always say if fine public with a pass on some of them to also to the picking now within a salon we old between 25 to 30 years, maybe even up to 40 at some point, because they don't know all of this history. They haven't seen or heard about the days when salon was a bit better. It wasn't great, but at least it was better. How many salon picking right now they will know what's now buttercup? How many? Let's be honest. How many salon picking they got now where they eat and they all say, "Cows in there."
Then they say cows in again, sir.
Can you imagine? How many picking in a salon that now where they eat and sound and the cows in there, buttercup for yes, 1.10. We be even do shillings then and they still, and it's in the 80s, so not even 70s, 60s, no, in the 80s. And this
when they give 2 bob then 10, then they glad it's it.
Thank you. This is like a late. So basically, let me look at the reality. The highest currency back then have been 2 Leone. 2 Leone, 1 Leone, you get 50 cents. And they get the other subsidiary of the coins now. Me, I be make 2 Leone na me body home for survive. 2 Leone, I be the also at the go and come, pass on the next. So then I would take that. Yes, 2 Leone, no joke. So basically, these are the
people itself would have been candy for make the new currency. Who forget better? I take keep my rates as well.
No joke, seriously. These are the days that will be they feel to say things were hard, but guess what? They were cool. We were laughing about stuff. Where they say, Sheki can I can't man, they say, Sheki look line by way down. You say me no better, team more you get zero. No long no me of the statement that will be the come off from leaders, them joking issues. Sheki they go drive, it's now along the beach, he asks for fish, then someone guy put them
to Papa Sheki knows I see abana no say abana to line. Yes. Say abana big no say abana to line. Yes, you give a back talk you go. In a bit possible. Oh, wait.
Nobody need to make whatever. No. It was just a peaceful environment. That's alone. That if we able to make we begin to enjoy that value, they said, take away the word, but that value of sanity, love, passion, compassion, come on. We yet to see none of that within the past couple of years in Sierra Leone. Yes, it was hard. Even 20 years ago, yes, it was hard, but not compared to what it is right now. Salon now, when you go to the new slang where people in the common and the diaspora can't talk, say, but they wait March in June 24. So everybody's mouth is being sealed. Nobody talks anymore. Nobody voice out their emotions. That nobody express themselves. Everybody is scared to say something because nobody don't want to.
And Tibo, you say something where, you know, for me, that's the thing, right? We're all sitting here talking. Running a government is not easy. It's challenging because the needs and the wants of your people is now. It's not tomorrow. People are impatient. What I don't understand with the government, this government don't even have the interest, the appetite, the know-how for even do the things for make the change. They are not interested in it. They are justifying all the wrong things. They're becoming their ego, the pride in them, not allow them for accepting. You know what? There are things we are not doing right as a government. We need to change stuff. Let's go back and recalibrate and see what the problem is. They're not interested. They are trying to shove it down your throat to say, you have to accept all this and you shut up. That is the sad part. If we have a problem, like you say, it's a global, don't use global as an excuse to continue for making the people then suffer. If you don't identify it as a global issue, every country, if it's a global issue, are doing something about it. You are not doing anything about it. You're using the global problem as a cop-out and for continue for punish you people and for making them suffer, and you want them to jubilate for you. That is the sad part. And now that's it, that kind sweat and they, now God, we're ready for pack and pie. You know to just, you know, now you now, you generation, you generation on Bono, and all the one that we there around in the Ibampa.
You know, nothing as well this way.
No, not to swear, just talk. Let them understand, say, then can hack so you know they fail.
You know, I swear this way, so.
No, I know they swear. T-boy. I know they
swear.
Swear,
that's where they can't pay me, you flex for me, I get beaucoup people in the office.
You know they eat. Because you didn't ask so.
How you know telling they eat? How you know telling they eat?
Me not saying that they eat because if you eat for no, me say not for the sofa. If you been the eat not for the sofa, say I media for don't be fast.
You don't even know where you eat.
Well, I don't say they eat until I know. When I know, then I add you there. But right now, you know the inside it.
Well, that is why I beg you. We get some inheritance. Then down that line, they make it not can follow me. I beg you.
Every guy side. Maybe you say they eat, or you know T-boy they eat where you not tell me.
I beg you. I know this way. I don't want me to tell you. We bloodline is still there. When you swear, it affects one bloodline. And me, I don't have for that for foolishness. I beg you. I know this. Please.
Baby,
T-boy don't forget. T-boy said they are making us swear. You know the you don't call all your uncle them.
I talk about
just call all your uncle about the truck, you know. Then you forget to don't call all your uncle, all me brother.
No, I just talk about if the guy swear, if they're not changed what is.
Then they got cluster bomb. Wait, cats are the fragment they meet all man.
Juma, remember that what's the name? We been go swear na lungi.
Lungi. Yeah.
last year.
2 years ago.
T-boy don't forget. Okay, they beg for T-boy. Juma don't beg for her.
Okay. No, but it is sad. Yes, T-boy.
High commissioner, me other one kuna deputy high commissioner, me other one kuna minister of this. Hey, boy, you want to say that's where they no go follow me?
But Juma, the talk we talk that's so T-boy they eat. You want begin panic at the place. May not be a T-boy. T-boy may not be saying they eat so.
Such they make me take bass chap. You never get it.
You make me that. Yes, I'm crying right now. Okay. This is the beauty about CIGM Media family. These are serious issues and we have to treat them seriously. But we just ask for let people search their conscience and look. No, glad that people they suffer like that. It's sad, you know, because there are people dying where we don't know about right now. People are dying out of carelessness. Maybe still alive.
They had na YouTube, now they laugh so.
What did they say?
They laugh me.
What did they say?
I know me not soon now they can go because the bomb so they eat banana we go catch one generation.
What he say? What is Sul say? You can't see YouTube comment.
So say T-boy too cowardly for it.
Exactly. The man not coward.
Yeah,
the other one then you want
imagine how they eat. Juma they swear so they afraid. If I be they eat now. Like I they talk to them and they say Juma don't kill you all.
See boy, the one that way they eat. Now then for join me and they swear right now then they add. Now then they add and they swear them back. Then they succeed me after they don't go.
Man, the bad thing for the swear and bomb swear.
Yeah.
That bomb swear them put na makini. Na lungi. Then they get for woko.
It's even that they pass for travel.
Get for woko. Una go supply.
And they pass for travel. People they go for be careful that new runway they make so. Let not be say na the devil then I attract for let them make the new one that it is square they begin cage.
Wait, una go watch. No, after our big please. You not expensive joke the talk. Instead they talk like a joke this no. You don't can't go back to the you see problem.
And the new runway. That new runway then are privileged people no more they go they say imagine. Instead of one they reach and pocket because you know say this behind the most frequent thing them the plane they're not able for land. almost 1 hour, 2 hours become blackout. Anything plan one land blackout, yes.
And,
So imagine now. Imagine that new runway, the way they go and bluff. So this now new runway. Now no more had the fly now. So una take over and una the suffer.
Okay, wait, Juma. The new runway is it away from the old one?
I don't know because then they see a new airport, so I don't know. I don't know if the neighbor or at the same side. I have no clue, bro.
Okay, we'll go check. I tell you travel next week, so I will check why.
There's in a neighbor airports.
Yeah.
Na neighbor Lunge or neighbor Freetown National Airlines or Airport.
Well, Namada be international and Freetown National, Lunge International. So yeah. Mada be international and Lunge International and neighbor there. Na fence na. So now go to that new one, no, T-boy.
No. I need to scan. Because right now you don't mean swear. Me, I'm not really happy with the fact that you swear. Definitely not. I'm not happy.
All right. I change you guys. I don't swear again. I withdraw me swear.
Change and please don't move on.
Yes, let's move on. Well, Famulem, I also go left this thing about bank governor, finance minister sacking, economy, and all that. Do you think we need to, let's just highlight the court ruling thing and then let's try for close the program today.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, go ahead. Over to you.
Court ruling. It should not happen in the
first place. Not a ruling, the court, the PR system.
Hearing.
Yeah, the court.
The PR system not supposed to happen in the first place. Okay, the most amazing thing now, the court, the justice system of Sierra Leone were in arguments with the writers of the Constitution. That was interesting.
Right. So again, you're correct because the Attorney General, now ahead of the judiciary, right? And now then they represent government versus, people that will come on a particular political party, one MP and one councillor where they challenge the event. The proportional representation, say, for user. So now that's the court case. Then the person will sit on this case. I know one for use. Now that being said, Tony will be the guy for talk about the 5 people that will be there up there. I don't want to talk nothing about that. But the Chief Justice, now be the, now they sit on this case here so for make sure say preside over that. And other 5 prominent Supreme Court judges them as well. I think Justice Brown Mark is one of them. I don't know the other 3 that names them really. I have to find out. But T-boy, for me, the interesting part, so what they don't do so far in terms of updates, they don't hear the 2 sides them. They don't put out them points and then don't adjourn. But I don't know for how long they adjourn for. You see, again, this is the problem. A high-profile case like that and any other case, you give, where they adjourn, they put date so the person begin prepare from that moment. You can't just say, with the adjourn, we will get back to owner. Then I don't at una mercy. You understand? What if you don't decide to call us until 6 months? Because the Chief Justice sick, the Chief Justice travel, the Chief Justice get other commitments then. And elections is coming closer to June. We want to have all this addressed and resolved before in real, as soon as possible, so get enough time for let people get confident. Because one thing, it's not just about the PR system, T-boy. It's about confidence in the process, in the electoral process. People don't lack confidence, they don't trust the electoral process. So the more you hang this, the more that suspicion and lack of trust they continue. So that's why it's imminent that they try to resolve this as soon as possible. There's another question I want to ask. They decided to do this publicly. They had a Zoom. I joined the Zoom. Although the Zoom was poor, the Zoom audio was really, really poor. Do your judiciary, next time if you want to do that, we'll give you free service to do it for you. So you will get proper audio, well organized, So, but they did well to get people to watch that publicly, join via Zoom. and also get AYV, for example, broadcast them live. My question is, why only for this case? How about other cases? The Palo Conte trial, why was it in camera? You understand, behind closed doors, people not foresee, they're not for nothing. We don't see a lot of other profile cases then. Why people not for able to watch them in real time? Why this particular one?
I mean, ask Juma.
Now you.
In the first place, the court not proceed on this because it wasn't necessary and not justifiable. But one thing where I find out about this particular PR system, when they talk about so, when did Salon become 60?
Salon just celebrated what, 61?
Now, last year, I turned 60, or no, 50th. Is it 50th independent year? Okay.
50th was 2011 or something.
Okay, so 2011, yeah, there were people in this administration, supporting this administration, that have already started talking about PR system since 2011. It's not new. Trust me. So basically, it is something that they have prepared for. Since 2011, they've already started talking about proportional representation. Because as far as they were concerned, the former president, Anes Kumar, was not popular in his hometown because we were celebrating 50th independence anniversary and people were wearing black, ordered by the current anti-corruption commissioner. As people were not happy then. Why should they celebrate 50th? The country is not proportionately represented. So they were saying that it is very much important for the country to rethink their positions of where the political dispensation of the country is heading towards. So they have that plan already since 50th independence celebration. So bringing it now, not so accidental, not so just for the fact that they want to change this current state of what's in the happen. So it was planned years back. For say when we come into office, we will change everything. Watch and look at the changes the way this current government don't make. None not by accident.
Thank you very much. That's why I tell people where things say waiting they happen. So it's by accident, not by no. It's well thought through,
it's
plan.
Well thoughtful, it's put together. That is why they were creating all this instability or justify the proportional representation. That's why they did everything for the country to be in chaos. So they're able for justify, say, oh, the constituencies, they're not being done into place, the country, they're in chaos, so we go to PR. And the other reason is because they knew for sure that their government is not going to be popular. So basically, they have to find a way that they will be represented. This is not a thing that they don't plan over 5-6 years ago or 10 years ago, so long ago. It is not by accident, not a mistake, not a nothing.
So
and the architect behind this, they're still there.
Whilst we talk about this, T-Boy, again, let us just bring people in memory back for two things that we don't discuss, right? For sure, that you cannot fix what is not broken. Don't try to force things just because you want to prove a point. We talk about what passports. Now Babu face they end up puts there because they want for change and say this now we own passport, now we own watermark this. You see the backlash. You change currency just because you want for prove as what you call and say you don't dream and for where you didn't school where you lecture because you know you're able for do and day. You want for satisfy say your signature they as well. For say me, Professor Murana Kalon. Now me don't change this, passport. This Leone. You see the backlash we get. Now you want for do with proportional representation. You don't begin get backlash from your midterm census where you plan. They told you don't do it. This will not work for you. but you carried on. You still get backlash, but you still they push back. Now you're going to court again for go argue that it. Carry on. I'm just trying for bring the reference. Then they say like just for justify to people say this is not an accident. It's a well thought out plan, and they want to do it regardless. But you be asked question previously. What assurance do you have that even if you put proportional representation, you're still you will still win elections and you go in a government?
Thank you.
Carry on, T-boy.
So, to be honest to you, when you make mention of the fact, say, why they do this, why they do at this particular time, they not bring kind the other cases, then we've been so important, like the other one, they want for justify the fact, say, we are now doing things in the open. We want for bring things out on that. But look at the decision where they make at the end. An adjournment without a date. So you still put people in limbo, not knowing what to do next, when to take the next move, when to strike, when not to strike. How are you going to prepare yourself to come back? The hearing when we see, I just saw, because to be honest, I refuse to watch it, because when me not agree with anything where I feel to say not supposed to exist in the first place, I don't want to be brainwashed thinking otherwise. Because even with constitutional lay that kind of mandate, say we forgo even and discuss PR system, because in even day now any form for justify say yes, we should go into PR system of government. So basically, I refuse to listen to it. I refuse to listen to the court hearing. But I think I saw a snippet of it, and I saw Dr. Abdullah Conte and they talked to be honest, he was just talking down at them. Because
Humpty Dumpty business.
Seriously, I just look at the man talking to people who are running our justice system like you're talking to your kids that you're teaching.
Because I'm picking them. One, he was in a part of the people that will frame the constitution, so he knows what the constitution is for.
The constitution being argued by somebody who wrote it, and the justice system of civilian.
Correct. This guy don't serve as Chief Justice. Now Gambia, he don't serve now other countries, them other courts them where don't sit, and he don't be vice president of the country. So now in piki now in bobo them. Where then they talk now just because now then did it.
It just don't devalue the entire justice system that's alone, because these are our Supreme Court judges. You're talking to them like they are in your classroom.
That ain't in classroom then they.
Well, sometimes someone will understand what I have for justify, Juma. You don't go understand what I have for justify. Now when you actually listen to them, and you know where they be where they try for be sarcastic.
Correct.
That was practically what he was doing for the whole day when I saw him speak. And I think it's a total disrespect to the justice system of Sierra Leone. Well, we always done the question with justice system of Sierra Leone anyway. Say we don't know what these guys are doing. They're just there to represent, but I don't think they deserve the position that they've been held. Because you cannot argue. I'm not saying what Dr. Abdullah Conte was saying was all correct, but the fact of the matter that these are the people who wrote this constitution.
Now I say, who done an authority way campaign this alone constitution? Reach you and the way writer.
And he is the key. He's one of the key people who wrote this constitution. He knows it back and front. He knows it in and out. And you know the motive, the reasons why they write certain things. Them as imperfect as the constitution is, who that now authority pass this man? Then now they bring case cancel now. Which they can't tell I'm different. If not to jabla you get for car add day for create unnecessary problem. And like how you say earlier, I want to disagree with you, but now I don't understand what's how you come out. If you get a sober judiciary, the first thing where they come, now for just rule right there and then say, this is illegal. Period. Una forget about PR system because it is against the constitution, because now you want for interpret what in the constitution say. If the person that be write the constitution don't die, the framers then don't die. Now different. But now you get one way they're alive, where they watch you go. You understand? Where you go ask, because if you even when they so to themselves, when they do, then get people there, then they call for consult. They even
call outside judges them as well when I them friend them for say in this what are the precedents, waiting at this if you understand what I mean? Then they seek the source from other places them, opinion from other places. So now the person when I go seek opinion too, now one of the people them we don't come to now and talk say no, this na Humpty Dumpty business una dey part.
It's sad. It's sad. So I don't really feel to say if I don't go down that road, but it just they show the level of incompetence of the judiciary system, because again, there was no justification for the argument in the first place. Why are we actually sitting on this? Because it doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned. And why they argue the person we write in book where he go don't do only start them before he write the book, and he and say, no, sorry, your book cannot be justifiable because of X, Y, Z, Z, Z. You mean that you writer? Tell me why make you do this wrong. And now I'm telling you the reason why I feel to say this for be justifiable, because now me writer, me and a few other people. And guess what? I was not just one of, but I was a key player in writing this. And this constitution, we don't always talk, say we want for liquid change. But guess what? Why do you think we cannot change this constitution? Because the people that we write and so we're still there alive, they're not the reason why they don't want for change the constitution. And you can argue them back again. Now with Supreme Court system. So if una get for lost this case or win this case, why una we trust in una ability for deliver justice in civilian? You can't. Yeah. You just can't. So that's the reason why justice can never be delivered for anybody in civilian. Only for those that can afford justice will be able to have justice.
And one thing where I think that they even fail for realize force. The reason why you want for use the PR system, all the reasons the way then they give way government they give or NEC they give, ASL they give, CSL they give, all them things and the way precede this force now illegal things then force from the midterm census. Now the same midterm census will make you null the 2015 population census will be done the figures the way they you say because there were mistakes. That means say that's not correct. But now you they tell we say you want for use the midterm census and the 2015 figures. The one will be done saying are wrong figures then. But can make a decision on why you want for use PR system. How you they go take the thing that we used to say we don't condemn. Now you want for use them for justify another illegal thing. I understand some of you not study law, but you know.
Yeah, well, I can tell some letters. So the law you study, no mean jack, because if you cannot really say much, or you cannot be realistic about your judgment and your deliberation in certain issues, then so I don't deal with you. I take plenty, man, chill, man, forget about this. Not to you, area this, forget about it no more. You know, say me a lawyer, so what? Move on, man. Don't talk about that thing.
So did they just did this to prove to the world, say, oh, because I read them, but it's sad. Salon sad.
It don't say for prove anything to the world, because the world get to go back and revisit the constitution and see what the constitution say.
Then they ridicule them. Now more ridicule.
Can you imagine?
But let me go back to another part as well, where this just expose the hypocrisy and the double standard. This same government, they criticize the use of social media.
Yep.
But they use social media
for publicize this. Yep.
They use Zoom, or they don't understand say Zoom na social
Facebook
media.
as well, because AYV in the Facebook live.
Nine, but they don't understand say Zoom na another platform, another social media platform.
Well, Zoom not about that a private viewing. It's not for the public.
In case you don't know, Zoom is social media, okay?
No, it's not. Why is this so mad?
It is.
It's not. Zoom is not social media.
See, boy, Zoom is. Right. Let's get
IT pass me. You Zoom for them is not social media. I'm trying to be.
No, when me they tell you now, tell them Zoom na social media platform. It's a platform, a social media platform that they use.
Of course it is.
Right. So let them know that one day.
Please. Of course it is. And they should know. If they don't know, they should know better.
All right. Now, I should send the message to the lady know. Yes, Femi, I see you are coming.
No, I feel so you call me.
Yeah, I said coming. Yeah.
Oh. Well, Zoom started off as a video conferencing platform.
Correct.
Yeah. So back in the days, them get standard video conferencing platforms, same like a Cisco, where almost be the name, and then there's a few more Polycom and a few more Blue Jeans. But then the when because that's not very expensive technology. So when Microsoft come up with Skype, yeah, and then turn Skype to Teams, and it became more of a laptop friendly, bring your own device to a meeting rather than you go into a video conference room, then Teams, well, Skype initially will be used back in the days, then Teams and Zoom started becoming popular. But it was literally just for us professionals then. We've been to do video conference work. We've been to really use Zoom. Most of mankind been to use Skype, or when Skype changed to Teams, and Microsoft Teams, but not Zoom. Very few people use Zoom. But at the onset of the pandemic, then people they realize the flexibility where Zoom gets, where the other platform they not been get. So a lot of people moved towards Zoom, and Zoom became bigger than just a video conference site now, because it was being used by DJs them for DJ. It was being used by cookery people for produce a cooking a show. Podcasters they may use for do them podcasts, and so on and so forth. So then it became more of an entertainment side of things. We also during lockdown where people do all them virtual choirs them. We see church them, we see party them, we see quizzes. So it became bigger than just a video conferencing platform. So I think Sejuma is really right when he say Zoom is now a possibly one of the leading social media apart from something WhatsApp and Facebook. WhatsApp, Facebook, then you still have the Instagrams of this world. You still get the but Zoom is right up there amongst them, because now majority of people in the use now for bringing in guests them onto different shows them.
Right. So as T-Boy, Femi and myself don't say, Sierra Leone government, you cannot stop social media. The benefit outweighs the problems. And some of the problems they won't have say social media gets, now una the creator. So the cybersecurity law is just there for oppressed people. This is what people were trying to tell you guys. Because now you're using Zoom for showcase, say una transparent, una open to the people. Over to you, T-Boy.
Shall I use Zoom work online?
Huh?
You mean I don't use Zoom work online?
Oh yeah, I see new flyer. I saw the new flyer. So now you don't go put smart, make them don't get a new flyer. I know, but we don't care as long as una do the right thing. Well done. You know, just do a nice flyer. It looks presentable.
No, this is slightly better. This is not too bad. Yeah. And now I see they use in they go direct Facebook Live now. I see they use like a Zoom platform where they get now it looks slightly more better. And I don't know but I know for people and give some kind of idea. They can consult, look, we get an idea. We need to
we don't mind. Somebody will ask for outside. They don't know. You can.
It don't start back. It don't start back. I see a new flyer. It count the minister who didn't exist for 2 years, but all of a sudden now he's appearing on platforms.
So Minister of Trade?
No, Minister of Mines.
Okay. Now you ask us for Minister of Mines, they don't go bring and council, T-Boy. Okay, all right. Now I know.
Because we never knew that the ministry existed anyway. So basically, yeah, it's fine. But that's not my call. That I will watch later on and see what they can tell you. Because I listened to him a couple of days ago. And politics will be the talk. And when you talk politics, we all know what in politics sounds like now anyway. But at this particular point in time, the PR system in Sierra Leone nothing that should happen. I don't think it should even go to court, not even to the Supreme Court of Sierra Leone. They don't really with justice system. Because when we international partners and they watch the constitution, what in the constitution say, and they make reference to what in the happen at the current status of what in Salon stand for, we have constituencies, we have words, we have everything in place. Nothing they will not shake. Everything is sealed. And guess what? We've run the same system for like, is it 5 consistent elections now, Juma?
Yeah, they're about from 1996 to date. Well, so from 2002, I should say, because we used the PR system in 1996.
So basically 5 times, right?
Yeah, they're about, yeah.
Yeah. So
well, at least 3 times.
Okay, let's say at least three consecutive elections. So basically, we know it work, and we have no reason to go back to proportional representation of the country. But I think the only reason behind it is now the fact that this current government want to make themselves relevant to be represented, and they want to create some kind of chaos within the political platform where they will share responsibility as coalitions. So it's just about
not go too far. I want to bring 2 reference points then come. You understand? Where I say this government get for left. The All People's Congress Party right now is doing their voting, their internal inter-party elections, right? What are they running on? They are running on words. The words now waiting, now they cancel us, then they come up. So they use the same word, existing words, right? For elect the people let they go vote for constituency. And then they vote for people in 132 constituencies then. And then now they go vote for district and region. And what make I bring the unique thing about the APC, because Justice Fisher, when I in court order, in your court order, now in the APC they go by, prescribe, say, una for conduct ward, constituencies, district and regional, and then national. So if ECSL, they argue, say, there are no existing constituencies, why a court go give instruction? This is not only party internal affairs. Why a court they give instructions for let them conduct elections in constituencies for intra-party elections?
Because it is in existence. That is the only thing that is.
Then they use, and then when they eventually then they go elect. They're waiting. Then flag bearer waiting for can contest. That you have for tell me say President Bio the endorse where then go endorse them illegal, because the people that will go endorse at the SLPP convention came from constituencies. Are you telling me that his endorsement is illegal as leader for represent the SLPP? So when they look at things, you don't look at it from an abstract point of view. Make an argument where make sense to people.
The lawyers in Sierra Leone are jack. They're useless. Sorry, I will say that. With authority from your mouth. If we raise don't also they discuss this, and we they justify the reason why this is not should be tendered to any court system in Sierra Leone, because of the justification of the same court system, we don't approve what everybody do so. And at the same court system back, they go counter themselves back again. So what's another point? Are you going to open the line? Because if you didn't for me, Tony said you open the line.
All right, let's open up for a few calls and then we'll carry round up. We've been promised not for stay long today, but as usual, please call us on 614+1 614-551-8694 and give you take. Make them short so that people can be able to call on the 2 other issues that we don't talk about: the sacking of the finance minister and the state of the economy, and also the proportional representation legal battle where they go on right now. We have Tony on the line. Let me answer him. Tony, speak up.
I don't make a habit now for the whole week to look clean.
I know. Now we watch the chat group for see how the conversation and they go on.
Because we don't frustrate them.
I know.
They waste on energy. I just want to break the law for you.
Break up. Go ahead.
But if you don't begin the polish me much, because most of the thing that one can begin to say is like you don't begin to talk about. why when they ask people to go register, they don't mean take people and go to immigration office because at the end they give voters card.
Right.
Right? Why they don't mean tell people go to police station or the military bar?
Right.
If they want to use the PR system.
Right.
But then divide and say, okay, 6 weeks now this constituency, this how you call it? They get the other words there,
Station there.
blah blah blah. We this that and they start first before they go on the other side. And then we don't know that.
Right.
Even the so-called criminal we them put as the chairman for the election. Because we know even want for calling him because those people have already committed treason. I just want to break them down for you. Or I want to call it the ACC or whatever they call it.
CSL.
When they charge, yes, all of them, they don't commit treason. All of them, not even the cleaner with the clean day, we named in at the payroll of that country, they don't commit treason. They will come to the judge. All those 5 judges commit treason. If the president signed any document for approving a PR system, then for use by this election, Insai don't commit treason. From the parliament. I mean, there is some arguments say Parliament they don't agree for let them pass order or give verdicts about the PR system.
The opposition at Parliament not agree.
Okay.
And now then take them go court. So one of the MPs
okay.
there.
Did the Parliament agree for say the PR system illegal or not illegal? They may make any verdict.
The opposition MPs them, we don't know about the other side because now them begin push this argument and for don't stop and right there and then, but then support them because that's them bring party politics into national issue, including the Speaker of Parliament. Yes.
I want to show you how these people they don't commit the treason act. Are they against this death by hanging or firing squad? Are they against them? But I just want to break them down for you. Say all of them. And they get for end up. I'll show you with it. The law of the land cannot be questionable. So no, me, you, or anybody. How did that judge, we sit on that bench, which law will they take for acts? Who said they go pull the word the way one can decide on the case? Is he using the law of the land or he get your law? Because you get for swear affidavits. Any one of them get for swear affidavits. The affidavit say they go swear on about waiting. You get proof? The law of the land don't need proof. It is on our constitution. These are the treasonable acts where they don't commit on the states and the land. Because now Juma, you go swear affidavit say the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God, right? So which nothing but the truth and the truth, which witness do you need? Where the argument they go argue, they already show you by the article say you can only use this system if the country they at a war. Or let's say, Father forgive, like the whole south or the whole north, right?
No accessible.
Get like an earthquake. No, let's say like earthquake or something like disaster where we say it will take like 6 years or how many years for let them go recover. Then you can come with an PR system. It is clearly like Blind Man said the same. From the onset, when the people decided that they take this thing to court, the Supreme Court, not for me, ever allowed a sitting or a hearing about it. Because they know say that unconstitutional, they don't get no verdict and that. Now you go adjourn case. Oh my God. I say the whole world they laugh salon judge them. The whole world, they are useless. They not get if me a president of that country, they seize all the license.
But the president will see the license when the president announced it.
No. Because I can tell you up under your last program. Was it the last program or one of your program? I tell you, say that man will go preside on the PR system. When they call within calling them again, make a call them because they are the all corrupt union. And they all don't put salon to this graveyard. Because they call them professor, because they not see the degree he gets as a professor. It's just an opportunist for go write the Constitution of Sierra Leone. They write the Constitution of Sierra Leone. It's a one-party state, not as a democratic state. When the executive get power past legislative and judiciary, it will never. Not a banana republic, Juma. This is not Poto republic, where the executive get power more than the 2 other branches. No, It should not be like this. Now I make the money treated like any kind, hey, babu the work monkey the chop. Because the constitution was prepared for
I make babu the night passport. They miss you.
Thunder fire than me. This one. I don't get my show, nobody safe. I don't get my user safe. I don't want to safe. Now just me, I get all the passport there. Maybe you know when passport get expired, you just want to get them because I know they use them. You know, you give a proud like a Sierra Leonean. I don't want to come to this babu and this passport because this passport, it just don't show you exactly the kind social life where the people that don't grow up with and adopt it. They're still in the 12th century. So I don't want to come with passport where they say, oh, the only thing you need for put on passport, the country name, coat of arms, and identification. Period. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. Then a passport, not to advertise, not to billboard, we get to go right today, then I do my, tomorrow I wipe, I put family, you pull, I bring T-boy. No, that's not passport. So then just don't show me what thing I'm capable of. I don't want to go too deep on that passport. But the judiciary of Sierra Leone, they don't only need for reform them, they need for seize them. All life, they're already inside that building. We sit on that area. They persist them all license and ban them from law. Even for practice and safe in a village, they're not for tolerate or allow them. I don't want to take much time, maybe other people they want call. But it's really disappointed when you go to say they go practice law, they do law. For college, they say you're a lawyer. Now it's shameful and a disgrace to every Sierra Leone law-abiding citizen because we don't know say now the law now for the people that we not get money. The one that we get money, we say they get power. The law not work out with them. That then just show the whole world. Say the law of the land not get no use. Anybody can come and say, no, that you right time, but they tell me the right time, me did it. So you know for solo gonna court. Which court will you go? Which Bible will you go sweep on? Would have been for good defend you? These guys are just backward, man. It's a disgrace. Every day we come to really proud self for say I'm a Sierra Leonean. Like disgrace Leona. This is not a banana republic, my brother. These people, they not can walk, they can't destroy the country, they don't achieve what they want by the so-called villagers, where they know nothing, they did in the 12th century to put them to power. Thank God now they feel the penalty now. They didn't try, they don't know who try to pull them commodity. They didn't put them, they don't vote them commodity. Because they want let this country go before. And this other thing again, Juma, before I put the call down. Them permanent secretary, they are Sierra Leone. They are the biggest criminal. Because
why you say that?
They let sack them, they let they fire them. The constitution not allow this, Salon constitution not allow you for fire permanent secretary. No. So when you cast minister, you get for work to them. Or else you go to you card, they sack you or kick you out. Just go and check back. Go do your background check and see. Permanent secretary, they don't fire them.
Then they change them and they move them and send the other side.
Change them, when they change them, it is illegal. Ask them, we tell you. You know, the permanent secretary, from the themselves, we don't know the guy what to have a top job. Permanent secretary, you know, they move and they change them.
You can change them, you can send them to some other departments. But I think I totally agree with you. The permanent secretaries in Sierra Leone are the most crooked. I totally agree with you on that. 110%.
They don't need for changing because wait a minute, they make you permanent secretary, and because of that you get a certificate for. We don't study maritime. You go take and go put them as a permanent secretary for education or a permanent secretary under the medical field. No, you cannot move them. You see, it's just like when you go put driver. We don't used to drive bicycle, 2x4. So let go drive trailer. What do you expect? Accidents now. So that is, you can move them because everybody get a qualification on which he is study. For all they will like PhD, where they go and take another dominion or say they go pull together and say get a same degree, come squander, if the country money. Then don't worry. There is a God who there is a God.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
There is a God.
There is a God. See by that, yeah.
That you know, say the poster camera not the mobile not the way if you run away for let them go find you as you die. Now, as they enter planes where they land and they don't see you. There's some real face. They don't get no side for one now. So let them and then they don't come dig them grave. Let them ready for bury themselves there because one by one they all get for face justice. They listen to one fool and one live today. I just don't want to debate on that now in live because
right. Thank you.
For live we talk about them. Thank you very much, man.
All right, thanks, Tony.
Good night.
All right, good night, Tony. Thank you. Well, we don't reach Naya. We go use this for the last call for today's program. Let's round up Tiboy and Femi on the conversation today. It's been interesting. Over Tony. Who do I go first? Tony, what's it, Tony? Tiboy or Femi?
Talk to me. All right. I go first. And the reason make I go first now because Juma may say today this program will last for 2 hours. But anyway, now Juma in the talk. I can talk to Juma, the talk past people that can deny me. The say what now today look down quick. 2 hours no more done. I said keep no problem.
I tell you. And I beg to do. But you not remind me say time.
You know I will remind you. When you don't cut the program short, you say, can remind you. All right. But anyway, I stand by a lot of the statements we Tony make. I totally support him back most of that statement, especially when it comes to the judiciary, the lawyers, they will get national law, and the permanent secretary, the civilian. I don't take up for task where I get for execute one day soon, but make them show me the law books of employment rule in Sierra Leone we get for dealing with the roles and responsibilities of permanent secretaries within the workforce of Sierra Leone. That document doesn't seem to be available in any quarters of the employment industry, or you might call it that way. That's alone. It doesn't exist. Then they keep them, then they hide them, they don't let nobody get access to that Bible. But that will be my next challenge. Anytime I reach with him, I don't care how much I get for worker, how much I get for bribe, how much I get for losses. But we must make sure say I lay me and that document we tell you exactly what's in the employment rule and responsibility laws we govern the permanent secretaries in civilian. We make them so untouchable. But I think that is wrong, because when I sack you for an offense where you don't commit in a ministry, I will see how you can defend them. As far as I'm concerned, they are liable to be sacked, they are liable to be replaced, they are liable to be changed. The Constitution for not giving that monopoly authority of control or protection when they are the same one where they commit the crime that the ministry is them. Because they are the one dealing with the administrative structures of that ministry. That's why they call permanent secretaries. It means they don't move from that particular ministry because they are responsible for running the administrative structures of that particular ministry. So if they commit a crime, what do you do to them? What is their punishment for being crooked? What is their punishment for being dodgy? What is their punishment for a crime that they have committed within their powers of authority that doesn't permit them to do so? We want to foresee that documented, because indeed there should be rules and regulations that should govern them. And most of them don't break that rules and regulations. But for the fact that there is not a copy of the manual where they control them, we don't know what are the rules and regulations that governs them. That will be my next mission to Sierra Leone. But I totally agree with Tony 110%. Again, with the lawyers in Sierra Leone, they don't defend, they represent. That's all they do. And they will represent you to the fullest, but they will not defend you to the fullest. They will just represent you in court, show up, tick all the boxes, say, yes, my lord, adjourn for another 6 months, back again, do the same thing, represent. They will not defend you. They will either sit on a round table and tell you to negotiate and come to compromise with any kind of court system where possibly you don't put on par. Be it land, be it embezzlement, be it fraud, be it even up to murder cases. They will ask you to have a dialogue with the family instead of that person who will be the culprit for going jail time. They will come sit with you. Oh, you know, my lawyer, let me represent you, but it's not the thing, this family, they don't accept it, they don't do wrong. But no, come on, no cancel down at the table, look, we talk. Because sometimes maybe they don't go get and back and somewhere say, can't talk to that man, look, we settle this thing out of court. The person will talk about say, don't die, we'll not get for and come back. But no can settle now. But now I no go on jail. You get picking the air, you get picking the under, you get family under for feed. So they will negotiate. They don't really represent or defend you. They will negotiate, they will represent you, but they will not defend your case. That is what I go say for the lawyers in the salon. I don't get any personal vendetta against them or personal anything we will go against them. Now the fact number say justice can never be prevailed in Sierra Leone if the justice system is not straight. The judiciary will be straight. And we're not for don't go to court with a system like this. We clearly don't state the mandate of what in the constitution they represent. Why should we take it to court in the first place? Where the high court judge they really go sit on that particular hearing day. They know that right deep down and embelly them bosom. But say they're not supposed for sit dump on this case because it is not justifiable in the first place. Why do you do that? To satisfy your blocks, satisfy somebody else if they say you're under in pocket, or satisfy
and bring
somebody
the country to chaos.
Thank you. So basically, you're not just doing anybody a favor, you're putting the country into some kind of serious security risk. Because what happens after this proportional representation being passed by any government, what's going to be the repercussion? If it doesn't go out the way how it's supposed to go for the people who they push for them. If it goes the other way around, if people do not push for and they become successful in it, what happens? Let me be fair and sincere if we want to represent the country civilian in any capacity. Again, the currency we'll make, I mean the new passports we'll make don't justify a lot of amount of unprofessionalism. Nobody is going to be held accountable. Nobody is going to be responsible for making that decision that has made the passports to have a chimpanzee on page 3.
Babu.
Okay, Babu.
Yeah, Babu.
Kakwa Babu, we represent at page 3, but I don't know if I don't know. Juma left for the make a laugh, like so. So you don't talk saying a Babu, okay, me I'm not saying a Babu na Babu. You could go like Babu. But anyway.
Fender song.
Then show me a picture. Then show me a picture of the person where they run the Taglugama sanctuary with a chimp next to him. And then the person said, Tibo, you decide. I'm like, what's for decide on? What? Decision for make. Now, whether there is any similarities with the three Babu that what they make mention. Juma left for make a laugh. I'm not like so.
What did I do?
Let's talk again.
All right, Femi, over to you.
Okay.
Juma no mix why for Fala T-boy? Why for capture T-boy?
Let blame you. I show a picture over to you, Femi.
So yeah, I don't know what else can we say. One Chinese saying bindi, I don't remember the exact words them. I think that'd be a Chinese proverb where they talk about we grow, this generation grows the trees or plants the trees for the next generation for use them as shade. What we did try for do so, not for we benefit. Because we believe, say, in years down the line, we picking it, we can picking and go benefits. Because some of we don't accept, say, we can't change or we can't see the change in Sierra Leone that we want. Because every year it's like say, our leaders are making things harder and harder and harder. Instead of we one person come, he do ion, the next person himself can do ion, the next person can do ion, but that's in the way 3 administration on pass. Then are 3 things that we don't sort out. So imagine it's one panel and take say now water then they solve. If one parent takes it, then they solve hospital problem. If one takes it in a light, it they do. So by the time you don't get 3 administration, we don't get 3 of the entire so settled. You know, I think so you say alone, I don't remember your exact words, Juma, where you say I think so you say governance not for tomorrow, but I think you say something like that, and not for promise, now for deliver today.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it is true. We don't expect things to change today. We expect them for do the right thing, them for put the right thing them in place so that when tomorrow come, better good day. You know, now they're building a new airport, which is good. But really and truly,
Not
is that
a
our
new
priority? Okay, so not a new airport, neighbor airports.
Yeah,
Yes, they are already
because they don't want to accept that it's a renovation.
It's a renovation of the
and
old,
a new
yes.
and a new terminal. So we call it.
Let's call a spade a spade. We all want to see good airports. We want to see where we land. It is safe. It is nice. It is clean.
Correct.
You know, we try for going to the toilets them, and we return. We nose them up. We turn pump day. We go. We land. We don't even get internet. So we're happy say then they build new airports, but we're not happy say then they use all their millions of dollars then they. Because I not go see Leone so dollars. Because dollars now they work with na tongue now with new legal tender. You know, they use almost million or possibly $1 billion them for fix with new airports, for fix with airports, with old airports, and they not use that same money there for give people them proper health care. Right now with the Yeri, but so many dies them with the been a salon. I know say people they die every day from time immemorial, but right now they see a lot of unexpected deaths. You know, by the time they rush them to hospital, really and truly, there's no point in taking them to the hospital because the hospital are not fit for purpose for do anything for them people in there. So you will come out England, say if you go salon and on holiday, emergency meets you. If you not take them, now God no more. Now God no more, because there's nothing we get for save you if now we hospital or we healthcare we they look at. You know, where we woman and go born picking, we at all the courts stay then deliver. You picking claim tick, wait till what do all little way small. If for them it broken hand, you they pray for them because you don't know the care where they go get in a hospital if it go commodity. You understand? Appendix and they go pull appendix people and they die. You know, so really and truly, the point I try to make is, yes, we love the improvement of the airport, but we think, say, our monies could have been spent better. And when you say our monies, the money of the people of Sierra Leone, not so una pocket money. If not una pocket money, una can go do whatever una do it, una can go gamble and save if una want. But this are the people, their money, now una the take, una go spend them per vanity projects them. Then now way money don't short in now, una go print new passports them. Cause I mean that's the reason why they do them passports also. Then go print new passports then now and go charge silly amounts of money for make money for them safe. Especially as now no say election they come. They need ready cash. That's why all these things are happening, guys. You know, it's a shame about we charging for we passport them at that, sorry, we ID cards them at that rate. It's a shame for printing a baboon now we passports with it next to you identity. It's a shame on most of the stuff that we didn't do. All the things that we will talk today, I know you one person call or one person text, we actually defend the government on the NTSO. We can't have all them people there against you and they talk so you they do bad and you know they see you they do bad. You know, at times you get to look within and say, waiting at the do in me role for able for change the country. Or am I doing good? You know, then they sleep na net. When they sleep na net, they wake. Now the airport no more than they see. They know they see where they pass na then they pass go inside tongue say picking and team up na pump they get water. Not even pump na gutter they get water. You know, this is for me, you know, I'd love to see Sierra Leone with a new airport. I can always say that road from Lunge to so they go take that boat. It is a terrible road. Yeah, but rather I say so, and they use that money there for build hospital or for improve with schools them. Yeah, than for go put some per airports, and that's what I'm saying. I really am saddened by waiting happening at Salon. So a lot of news why I hear from Salon has just been ridiculous over this Christmas. From the luggage where people they lost, where we governments not get mind for talk to the airlines them and bring them up for deliver within a promise, to the one where they thief the luggage they inside the lunge them. Then some will get some reports say some of the luggage then are inside the boats and they lost. I don't know how true that is. But there's so many things we not right. And people then go home. Some not to just holiday then go. Some then go married. You know, some then go on business. They lost people in business them. I get my brother always sit down at this platform one day. He carry phone then go salon for somebody. By the time he reach town, they don't finger in bag. The phone then don't lost. But the person wey carry the phone then go for, you not believe say that thief the phone them. So imagine almost people and go there in that kind of position and they don't give you something for care go salon. Then in no reach. But last but not least, I don't really want to talk about this today. The judiciary. I always say these guys are not trustworthy. You know, they're supposed to be independent. They're supposed to work for the country and the people of Sierra Leone. But we know they ever see them in the past judgment for the people in Sierra Leone. They seem to always be one-sided. And I talk say they talk for government because that's their job. But they're talking for party politics. And that's where it is wrong. That's where it is wrong. Then they make their decision also based on allegiance. And it is wrong. I know, but one case in particular, where I'm not going to talk about because the case still they court, where I'm so disappointed in the judge. So disappointed in the judge. But sometimes I'm not for disappointed because I shouldn't really be expecting better. But that's how bad things are in Sierra Leone. Then they do anything just for favor themselves and the people away then they serve, and then people and they know to the people of Sierra Leone. I hope so one day we'll get a judge we go come, we go can defend them and can not even defend them, can explain to we why then they make certain of them decision there. So it would be nice. Or sometimes somebody where they law school will go able for interpret and well and can tell we, you know, we go put a few cases them in front of them and we go see why, made explain to we why legally these are the decisions them with the judge then they take. For me, it is ridiculous. I don't know what we can do to change our judiciary system. I don't think that there is hope. As I said before, let would they build the foundation for we picking there, we grand picking there, we get grand picking and go benefit from. Because for we own generation, I think say those days are long gone. When we get a few questions them online where nothing city were tackle. I'm not going to call the all, but 1 or 2 week catch me eye. Somebody asks, say, almost for Kukrina Salon today. Then I won't have any talk about Unatu Leone business. Then somebody na YouTube ask question to we. Something but if Sierra Leone in the 70s and 80s better than the Sierra Leone of today. And I think that question about to Tibo he put him. I think I'll be Mr. Walker, but I don't remember. I'll get for look back. But Tibo, if you able to find that question, they answer up because it was really directed to you. You know, so it's incredible. Thank you guys for following us. Which we do. It's not easy being here, so we want to thank you guys. We want to thank Una already share we, and one person in particular we give you a super chat today. Super chats they get money. Now Aggie send we a $20 super chat today. So we thank you, Aggie, for doing so. But we thank you now already share we program them. We ask Una make Una still share them with other people them because without Una we not go there. So
thank you so much, Femi. T-Boy, quickly, are you able to answer those questions and let we round up?
I can't justify what's the price for one plate cookie right now. And I don't go salon for 4 years.
Then justify. If you know the price.
Justify. I'm not going to tell you the price. But I think I'm not sure. I can't really tell. That's one. And two. Femi, send me second question. Waiting. I'll be there for look at them.
Salon in the 80s and salon now.
Walker say our jiggle the memories about talking about those days. And yes, I totally agree to you, Mr. Walker. And Mr. Walker be asked to make a comeback. But don't come back now, Mr. Walker. I need laughing, you know. Right now, serious face. No laughing. But definitely, the 80s in Sierra Leone is the best for we live in that era day. For those that didn't, please ask on our parents and make me tell exactly what in the 80s been telling. And the 80s back in Sierra Leone,
that if their parents then been witnessed the 80s.
Well, if they witness and but at least say not to everybody, but some go witness and definitely Juma, not to them.
I just say that's
almost said their parents are older than Juma.
Well, you know.
And that's the problem now. They pay them old 35, then still not even 48, but then still get paid. That's the sad thing. But anyway, that's fact. The fact of the matter is then guys switch to them all, the old mama, and then they believe what I say too. But definitely, yes, Mr. Waka, the 80s was the memorable years of Sierra Leone. That was, I'm not going to say the prime because we don't know what happened at the 70s, but the 80s, we will see, yes, of course, the 80s were the prime of our time. In the late 80s to early 90s, yes, it was still not bad, but afterwards, it started to go down the drain. But I think I will say the chat group has been very effective today. Sue say, you need to get a notification again. I know what happened. I say make it check in setting. Can I say in China, Sue, no, I say in chimpanzee. Imagine
it's in Japan, but not China.
Yeah, which Japan, not Japan, no more.
China, Japan.
No, Sude China, not Japan.
Japan, Osaka.
We'll check that later on. But definitely, yes. When I get for watch them explain. But definitely, I think say for checking setting, maybe you don't do something with the setting. But I think Femi say thank you to we star guests, we give you super chats. Definitely, I want to say thank you once more. I think this is the second or third time she's doing it, Adi. Well done, and thank you so much for that. I checked the YouTube page a couple of days ago. It highlighted every people, all the body don't give you super chat, and thank you for starting it. But definitely, we appreciate that so much, and we believe still the thank you not as much as we should, but I think we should thank you guys a lot for just being part of what we're doing and sharing our program. But I want to say thank you to once more. The chat has been very active today. I get me lost, man. Peter is around back again. Thank you for coming back, Peter. And the debate where here, Mr. Walker again, we miss you, and you don't say we miss you because the chat line always busy. I get to know too online, but it's been very great to have you guys. We have like salient conversation, and we argue, disagree, and agree, and we get like a final conclusion of who's out for the head too. But like you always say, Peter, the question sometimes has to be done in a very diplomatic and sensible way. For we command diaspora, let's act like it. But I can always say it's not of a difference because the one they within as Saga, they want the government are from the diaspora. So what thing else we get for teach the way already they don't know. But then they neglect the duties, them neglect the responsibilities, them and look the other side, which I think is wrong because they are the full representation of what in the difference Salon can make with influence from the diaspora. So going back to the embassies in Sierra Leone to protest against the current passport will make no difference because where is he going to go? When that reported issue on, he's on the desk of whoever is responsible, it takes a very long period of time before that really happens. And even when it happens, it's too late. It might be 6 months, 7 months, 1 year down the line because they will not see it like a priority. They go out for deal with other issues. Then they go feel to say, go bring can bread and butter, and the country, they benefit everybody. But thank you once more for your contributions on the chat group. I think it's been very great to have you guys. And I appreciate all the other ones that we don't join me at the chat group within our YouTube page and for their contribution as well. Yep. So definitely, I would say thank you for joining us. And don't forget, Juma will talk about the S14 on Sunday. So over to you, Juma. And also the Facebookers. Yes, the Facebookers, I cannot ignore now. Definitely, there's been good conversation, but Tony Nana, the champion on Facebook. So basically, he's chatting up everybody on Facebook. He's giving us serious hard time with the question there. He did taunt me. He asked me questions. There was something, look, you unbalance, but to say they asked me back. But definitely, we like that because, again, you hold me accountable for what they say, and you join the conversation, and you be part of the conversation. So we like that sort of interaction, and we learn from each other as much as we do argue and disagree and agree with each other, which I think that is what we should be doing if we want Sierra Leone to be any better. Because when many people talk about the same issue, everybody come with different ideas, then we now know exactly where the problem is coming from and what the solutions will be. That is exactly how we should be thinking as Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. And look, we not go back to the home ground, go change the concepts, change the ideologies, change everything we don't stand for over the past couple of years, just because you don't go in a position of trust and you say people for make something. But at the big Juma back, Juma big year, next to this way, think, not do that bomb sweaty again. But that bomb sweaty, it affects me, they affect all. So a big deal. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, T-Boy and Femi, for the banter today, the great discussion and contribution. I learned a lot as we go along. And to viewers them all on Facebook and YouTube, we cannot thank you enough. Without you now, we definitely not get a program. And all the people that we call. And of course, I will join Femi and T-Boy for thank Aggie because, you know, CIGM Media, we want for let people understand, say, we appreciate Una, you know, and we value Una in Una only two ways, them the encouragement, for keep company with Una. So, and if you go to the extent for even, you know, make a voluntary contribution to we program, that's, you know, we even appreciate you more because, you know, we didn't see that coming. You know, so I was shocked because, you know, if I watch the YouTube for see what's happening there, whether they get super chat and all that. So interesting to know. Thank you so much, Aggie. And so we via na Osaka, Japan for day with Trina. So thank you. And again, I don't get for there's not much I can talk again. Femi and T-Boy don't talk about everything. We don't discuss the topics then, and we will continue for discuss the issue here. These are uncomfortable truth, uncomfortable conversations. Some of us, we get really passionate when we talk about Sierra Leone. And we're not talking because we want for embarrass people, we want for belittle people, we want for fitia, we want for be cheeky. No. We're saying as we feel. And what do they say now? Not to the lie. If you think so with a lie, you're welcome to come challenge us, like Femi stated. This is an open platform. We'll give you a platform. Even if you tell yourself, say with a lie, we're going to appreciate you as long as you're able to justify the lie. Because this platform, we say true art for talk, but now no more they bring peace. So on that note, we will join on again on Sunday, January 15th, 2 p.m. US Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. in the UK and in Sierra Leone, and 8 p.m. na Europe. We will get King Adebayo a day with 3 years so live and with a simulcast with other platforms that win our yard and the Egatin Shaba show. So it will be a big one because Adebayo say President Bio failed for address the nation. So he gets a message to the people of Sierra Leone on January 15th. We at the mid of the month because if the president not do on January 1st until up to the 5th, the 10th, but since he not address the nation, Adebayo say he get a message to the people of Sierra Leone on January 15th. Until then, Fambulem, we want to say thank you to you all. Stay blessed. We remember in the prayers in a good way. And we pray that God give you well body and God give you the strength to be able to contribute for a better Sierra Leone. But just remember that we are in the year of election in June 24, 2023. We're going to the polls. And we want to let you members say you vote now you live. Even if you not get for vote, but you are able to influence people to vote. If you like the salon where you see now and how things they go, make your choice. If you not like them, again, make your choice because you vote now you live. Me, Juma Ba, on behalf of the CIGM Media team, they say good night.
Salon people and then party them. Sarah Gem Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahgemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Love joy on another one. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change ya. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse her. I love you now. Only that's good they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Life is sweet, oh, when you there with the right person, yeah. No more messy around you. Me to you, not to two is to one. Now wrong equation be that you, I don't feel fever, me heart's on the pull fire. Doctor say but bona for take a easy with love you. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve for me. Love it on the catch a fire.
Yes, doc. No, not with tablets. Yeah, just touch me here.
Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve for me. Love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change ya. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse her. I love you now. Only that's good they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Nowadays, oh, true love no easy forget you. So when you get never will love it to one. He say make I take a serum, I no want. He say make I take tablets, I no want. He say make I put you, I no want. When I love you, I want you. Hey, doctor, tell me, oh. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve for me. Love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody never change ya. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse her. I love you now. Only that's good they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. doctor, me love you, baby, oh.
Yes, Doc.
Me love you, baby.
Yeah? Just touch me here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm feeling it. Oh, Doc. Yeah. It's original. Yeah, my dog. Oh, no, stop. Not like this.
I love my country, baby. It's a long. Now we go with this. Cloud Diamond.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done, if we all this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the birds are coming, everybody running inside Switzerland today. The land is yummy, see the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes, Rajo they watch baby musu. We they find out the country rest, right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get L-O-V-E for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done, if we all this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah.
I know a L-O-V-E, Sierra Leone was an L-O place where sweet like gold. We got diamond, boxer, silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for let we serve, help we serve. Also you come from the bars, you want for butchers. Peace, love and unity, now ain't for boot first. For the jealousy and butcher, that don't make sense. Togetherness is what we bring for we success. So get up and go walk, now sit down for the top. Or criticize the government just for mix up. But stack on the pill, so we need for put stuff. Life for hustle for you all, no matter how you struggle the boat. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live it, oh myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this, oh.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done, if we all this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah.
We all remember say sweet alone how we own. Each and every one God take care of his own. We all remember say this country now we own. Each and every one for take care of us alone.
I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for salon. I got enough track of one for maintenance my land. No matter the situation, I get love for salon.
I got enough every day, no day, play, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack, me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day, play, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack, me the way me boo.
Sweet
sweets alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it won't, who's how we go? Sweets alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone. Cause if it won't, who's how we go? Everybody me say welcome. If we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up. If you like someone say yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life we live, oh, we all have to give, oh, yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to attempt for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with a C, money dip and make every day pan pre, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This study time we stop now crime. Don't blind but it's like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father, figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the green reaper will be your remover.
They settle the range, ranting up some sanctimonious food. Is it poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new. Do this if we try. There's no time to waste no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not London, but me heart still at home. God don't lift me up, but me heart still at run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Please to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I you the bluff, it's copper. You the game need for change. Like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs. Let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly?
this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get whose side the love they
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes.
My name is Miata Fombula. I'm an economist, and every day I fight to change the way our economy works. I've seen up close the power of Labour governments to change things and to do the impossible. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, I was working in the strategy unit for Gordon Brown's Number 10. I saw that with focus and political will, our government could move mountains. And it was in those months that I first understood that the change my parents taught us was necessary might actually be possible. My parents came to London as refugees when I was 5 and became part of the Sierra Leonean community here. They made impossible sacrifices to give my brothers and I the best start they could. I've been lucky, but for so many of the kids I grew up with, good kids from good families who were as likely to go to university as prison, the system let them down. My parents made sure we knew that this system that holds people down is wrong, that it deprives our communities of hope and ambition, and that we had a duty to change it. But I also grew up seeing the value of solidarity. When things got tough, people in our community banded together and helped each other out. And that's why I'm Labour. Because we know that it's not okay for just a few to do all right. We have to help everyone rise. The NHS, the minimum wage, we have always been the party of big ideas to lift everyone up. And now we need to do it again. I've listened to people from across Camberwell and Peckham. They're worried about the cost of living, the lack of homes they can afford. They feel that our schools and hospitals are at breaking point. They want change. Harriet Harman blazed the trail for women. Standing on her shoulders, I want to be Camberwell and Peckham's next MP, so that I can bring big ideas to Labour to make this change a reality and move mountains for this community. I've spent the last 5 years leading a charity that develops ideas that could transform our country. Free childcare for all, a living income so everyone can live well, a Green New Deal. Ideas I will always fight for, because I know who I am fighting for. I'm fighting for the kids that don't get a shot, for the parents who are making impossible sacrifices, for the people who are struggling to get by, the people who are Camberwell and Peckham. I want to use my voice on the national stage as your voice, to make your fight my fight, so that together we rise.